go into the first pick, Graves is going to be the pick. Is becoming increasingly popular as a first pick on the blue side if it does not get banned.
He's definitely the best jungler in the current meta right now, for sure. Samsung now highlighting Jhin. They might pick that up. We have seen some deviations from the Jhin Varus Ashe meta in recent weeks. Ezreal obviously has been getting a lot of traction. Interesting, Zyra being locked in without any real intel. I can't help but wonder why they are going for that. Now, when you think of Roach, you normally do only think of tanky, engage type champions, and obviously the Zyra is going to be pretty effective against that, but outside of that, I can't help but feel like it's a little bit of a weakness to show it that early.
Well, I mean, Ruler has shown that he is a fantastic Jhin player. Maybe they feel comfortable as a bot lane with the Zyra Jhin. We do see Lee Sin picked up here as the jungler. Haru going to be on that Lee Sin.
Hungry Monster's team composition, very basic right now. Samsung Galaxy is a little bit more engage-oriented. The Zyra not really having the disengage gear option available right now when you look at Kongdu's comp. And when we're going to the bans, you can see Syndra and Vladimir banned away. And Samsung now highlighting Talon. They're going to ban that away from Edge.
Seen mixed success with Talon. Some people come out and really just shine. Others kind of just end up pushing the side lanes and doing nothing for their team if they don't get an early lead. But maybe they just don't want to give it away to Edge.
Kongdu have to decide on a final ban here. They're highlighting Ahri. And so a lot of bans actually targeted at Crown, but the problem is that Crown's champion pool is pretty flexible. He's not someone that you can really ban out. He has generally tend to favor the Syndra and Ryze in recent weeks. And we know that he can still play the Corki. A lot of people probably perceive this as 7.4 and don't see Corki as a real pick, but he certainly still is.
Yeah, I mean, if all else fails, if they decide to use 5 bans against Crown, he can always go on to the Victor. It's not like it's not like they're going to be banning that out.
It's a good point. He is one of the few remaining Victor enthusiasts in the world. Kongdu with the Talia lock-in. We'll have to see what they're going to put up in the top lane, and it looks like an Echo. So this has been a very long time since Echo has appeared up in top, and Guger's not the type of, or not Guger, but Roach is not the type of person I would associate with playing top Echo.
Well, you were talking about mixing it up, and I guess when you get to this point in the season where you're essentially, you don't have a chance of making it out of relegation, just try new things. And there's that Victor, does lock it in.
Very few people in the world have a champion that is attributed to them, and when you think of Victor, you do think of Crown. So Samsung with a very standard composition yet again, and the Victor is going to be the primary carry on it. So they have that common carry, and this is a team composition that, you know, they played a lot, not just in the season, but also in Worlds practice and stuff, so definitely a very familiar comp for them. Kongdu Monsters, the Echo and the Talia, I'm going to have to see what they do with it. Their comp is a lot more difficult to pull off than I would give them credit for. But we'll see what they can do here in tonight's opening game.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, as we were talking about before, it's kind of about pride at this point. You know, there's not too much on the line for them. There is for Samsung. You need to make sure that you finish out the season strong, especially after getting that win over KT, because you want to be as high up on the standings as possible to have your best chance possible in the playoffs. So winning more and more games could potentially put them ahead of KT. So they're definitely going to be trying pretty hard for this one.
One last time, look at the draft Echo, Graves, Talia, Ezreal, and Karma for Kongdu Monsters, and Nautilus, Lee Sin, Victor, Jin, and Zyra on the side of Samsung.
It sounded like some kind of animal started skittering across the stage or something. That was a weird sound. It looks like maybe something dropped from the second floor. Either way, guys, we are going to be jumping into game number 1, Kongdu versus Samsung.
He is here.
The Kongdu monster himself. Although he did cheer for Samsung as well.
Yeah, his sign says he likes Kongdu and he likes Samsung. So I think he realized that they might be Kongdoom, so he's trying to potentially shift gears.
Trying to latch on to another team here, perhaps. And we should point out that he is slightly on the side of Samsung, too. He's across that middle line on the Samsung
He's dead
fan
in the
side.
middle.
He's like trying to lean towards Kongdu, but we all know he's jumping on the bandwagon.
Well, so far in the game, both teams just fanning out, no one looking to do anything too creative. Crown using the Victor skin that I feel is the least common, actually. How do you feel about that skin, Brendan?
I'd have to take another look at it. Come on, let's get a look at the mid lane. Roach is coming in here, putting a ward down. Spots this, he's all alone. So just essentially trading with Kiva here, making a bit of an annoyance at red buff for Haru.
Down in bottom lane, just a little bit of trading, and in the end, it's not really going to be too big of a victory for Roach or Cuvée. They both do manage to pick up all the experience. So now you have a look at it, the Victor skin.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, actually. What is the name of that skin?
I think that's Prototype Victor or something.
Prototype?
I think.
Because he like doesn't have a mask on or something. He just has goggles.
Well, it's just bad. The Bumblebee skin's the best one.
It's straight up bad. You guys heard it here from LS. Used to play a lot of Victor, actually. What happened?
He got nerfed. Now
you jumped on the Tom Kench bandwagon?
Yeah, get on his boat. So far, not really too much activity. As Punch now just trying to invade. He's going to manage to pick up the Raptor camp, and this is the most valuable camp for Graves to pick up. So easy for him to clear in terms of speed and efficiency, and it's also worth quite a lot. And now Punch is actually going to move up here as well and counter jungle the golems. So this is going to definitely hurt Haru, who you can see had no intention of having any aggression come out from him early on. He's going to fall significantly far behind Punch.
Yeah, it's really got to hurt. He's already down a level. 9 CS. Ward goes down and spots that he was counter jungle just a bit there. Taking the big one.
Interesting that Punch actually didn't opt to full clear that. And so Haru is not going to be as hurt by it as he could have previously. Now he's trying to lane gank, and this is just something that shouldn't really work.
Shouldn't, but landing a bunch of those stuns. There comes the Q. Forces a flash out of Roach at least. And will potentially force him to teleport back to lane.
They get a victory in the flash. Wasn't quite fully paying attention if Haru stole any XP from Cuvée as minions died, but not going to be the end of the world. And again, for Samsung, they're just looking to scale. The Lee Sin is a proactive jungler. He's aggressive, and obviously he has the potential to make things happen, but it's not their main incentive with the draft. Kongdu, though, they want to open up and accelerate the game as fast as possible, then get that split push going and use Talia as basically the daughter of Twisted Fate to create lots of pressure and make sure they get that acceleration as quick as they want it.
Roach moving forward to get that shield, and this is a 2-on-1. Roach is going to eat it. First blood going over to Cuvée. Perhaps a little bit overconfident to take that 1v2 there.
A little bit of a needless death from Roach. You can see that his vision and the intel that he had available to him really wasn't enough to warrant how he was playing the lane. And Haru just hit level 5. You can see that Punch would have been able to successfully counter jungle Haru's jungle and continue to get a pretty sizable experience and gold lead. Now a dent's been put in that.
You can see just how many wards are there on the right side of the jungle as well of Haru. Just really getting some good intel. We see some pings coming down, so it seems like they know that Punch did go in there. And so they know that Haru really can only go over to the left side, over to these Raptors. And you can see Edge is hanging around here. Is level 6. Gets a nice bit of damage down off the Crown. And that's going to go over to Punch every Raptor.
Nice little jungle pickup victory for him. Meanwhile, across the lanes, everyone for the most part, though, is pretty even in terms of CS. That's why the gold score at the top is as close as it is, despite the first blood gold going over to Samsung. And what's really keeping that close as well was the gold difference between Punch and Haru.
He's catching up a little bit now at about the same amount of CS. You can see neither of the mid laners really able to get anything set up in the mid lane. Crown just trying to farm for the late game, as you said. It's kind of very standard Samsung in this game.
And now Cuvée eating up that plant. He's a growing boy.
As if he needs to grow anymore, as Nautilus. Nice bit of damage onto Cougar. CoreJJ looking pretty solid on the Zyra so far. You were questioning that pick a little bit for how early it was in the draft. Seemingly working out so far, at least in the lane.
Will be able to offer at least a little bit of disengagement if Roach would try to jump on into the back line of Samsung later on, but normally, again, the pick isn't seen unless there's multiple forms of heavy engage out of the opponent's team composition. And now Punch just going to pick up the Scuttle Crab as Edge replenishes his HP and mana. And remember, Infernal Drake is the first dragon of the game. So all this control that Kongdu is getting on the right-hand side is extremely valuable.
A little bit of a mistake, too, from Haru. He ran over a blue ward, or rather a control ward, a blue control ward, and did not clean it up. So you can see that both Punch and Edge knew exactly where he was. Now there's going to be a little fight over here at the blue buff. You can see Samsung's bottom lane is a little bit late to rotate over. Looks like Ruler's still farming under the turret. Lands a big root onto Cougar, and uh-oh, extremely low here. Can soul block all the bullets. He's going to hold it for as long as possible. The flash forward from Haru. That's going to be a kill. And the Q landed onto Soul, too. He flashes away. But I don't think... Well, let me hold that thought. He's going to try for the flash forward here, and there you go. Punch attempting to come on in, and the teleport from Roach coming down bottom lane. Everybody from Samsung on the run now. Can they land the root onto Roach? It doesn't look like it. CoreJJ will be the first one to go down. And now Haru just trying to get on in there and die to the turret. Can he? No, just barely not. Edge going to come on in and pick up that kill.
Yeah, and that was a pretty chaotic turn of events. And at the end, it looks like Kongdu almost salvaged the situation. But it's really important that we consider the waves that Edge and Roach lost out on to aid in that fight. And so at the end of the day, it's a huge pickup for Samsung. I hope that we're going to get a replay of that as well, because Ruler holding the 4th bullet intentionally until his maximum damage output was put out onto Soul was really nice to see. See the Deadly Flourish come out, hits Guger, and then the bullets keep going into Soul, and he holds this as long as possible. And he waits for Soul to eat a lot more damage, because remember, Jin has the percentage missing HP. So any extra damage that Haru could do would certainly help. Punch came in, holding his ult, but I think the exhaust was still up when the R was cast, and at this point it became a question of could Haru kill himself quick enough?
The answer being no, but forcing out a lot. As you said, you know, the teleport coming in, Weaver's Wall, a big response, and now you can see Kive has that teleport advantage in top lane, and with Infernal Drake being the first one, it definitely makes something happen there. But Haru coming on into Punch, bit of a 1v1, and Haru picks it up. Nicely done.
And Cuvee actually came down with the roam, got the flash out of Edge.
He's going even farther south now, jumping onto Guger, not able to land the second root after the depth charge. Ruler attempting to lock someone up with a Deadly Flourish. Now we have 4 members of Samsung down bot. Maybe we'll make a move onto this turret. Meanwhile, Roach is pushing the top lane pretty hard. Doesn't have his teleport.
A little bit of over-aggressiveness and perhaps even a little bit of disrespect with how they've been granted situations that would enable them.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, hold that thought.
He gets knocked up, but okay, here we go. But he's actually under turret and has turret aggro. They actually do get the turret, but not in the cleanest way, and they don't even pick up the kill onto Soul.
Soul now being forced to recall, as are the other members of Samsung Galaxy. Roach did almost manage to pick up the top turret, but not quite.
With all those recalls, you see a ping go down onto the Infernal Drake. Punch and Guger may start it here. See what they want to do. Some wards going down first.
Trying to get vision control over the blue side jungle of Samsung, as it directly does interact with the Dragon Dance, which we might see in a few moments here. Punch missing his ultimate.
Yeah, he blows that, and he was going up against the smite of Haru. So not going to have that cooldown for quite a bit. Definitely pretty key coming into this fight, and they're still going to start the Dragon with lots of members of Samsung nearby. Oh, big burst damage onto Crown, but Crown fighting him straight up in that 1v1. Does push Edge back. Okay, can they actually get this Dragon here? Yes, Punch will pick it up. So Samsung not able to respond fast enough, and Kongdu will get that first Drake.
Really nice pickup for them right now. They're definitely going to need it, and anything that can obviously bolster their stats when they begin to move into their split push mechanic is certainly going to help. The next Dragon of the game, though, definitely not going to help.
Yeah, that doesn't help anyone or anything.
I don't think it's a coincidence that the Dragon is green and the Kongdu monster is green.
Is it green, though? It's like blue-green. It's like teal.
Teal, yeah.
I guess you would call that green. But the blue comes first when you say blue-green, so maybe it's blue. And it is an Ocean Drake after all.
Are these the important things?
This is what I'm thinking about right now, yeah. I don't know. Is the ocean really blue, or is it blue-green? That's the big question. That's what you have to ask, because the name of the dragon is Ocean Drake, so you'd like it to be the color of the Ocean Drake.
Blue or green. What if this is like the dress? Do you remember that?
Yeah, oh man. The dress was...
Did you ever see the strawberries?
No. What strawberries?
There's an image that is used, or it's made only being using blue and white pixels. And yet, it's an image of strawberries, but when you see the image, which only has blue and white pixels, it appears red.
That's weird. How is that even possible?
That your brain does.
Is that what the whole dress thing was about, too?
I can't remember what the whole dress thing was about.
Because I remember just being so sure it was one color. I don't remember which one.
Listen, Brendan, I have to talk to Twitch chat for a second. Listen, Twitch chat. Samsung right now, they're just going to farm up for a few more minutes. Kongdu's going to look to do some stuff. All right, back to the dress. So the dress thing was weird because some people saw it as blue and other people saw it as white, right? Like white and gold?
White and gold and then blue and something else, or maybe just blue.
I can't even remember.
It's been too long.
Well, right now we're in the passive phase of the game where nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean...
It's spring in a few days, right? 2 days? 3 days? 2 days until spring. How do you feel about that?
I love it. I mean, Korean spring only lasts for about 3 weeks, which is kind of unfortunate.
You're being generous.
Then it yeah, maybe 2.5 weeks. But then it gets unbearably hot and humid. And not the most fun time. Although I do prefer that over winter, because I hate like putting on, you know, an undershirt, then a shirt, and then a sweater, and then the giant jacket. I gotta wear like long johns underneath my jeans and boots and everything, and it takes me like 5 minutes to get dressed. I'd rather just, you know, put on a t-shirt and shorts, head out the door. It's a lot less work. Also, you can actually enjoy the outside instead of being cold and bleak all the time.
Korean summer is pretty terrible though. When it gets into like July, August, you walk outside for 30 seconds and you're drenched. And I'm not talking about monsoon season. I'm just like, you're actually sweating.
There's that too, though, the monsoon season where you get drenched in an entirely different way. Forcing the flash out here onto Seoul. Not much else happening. Haru attempting to make his team seem a little bit more aggressive than they actually are.
I can't tell what is more passive, this game or a Jin Air Green Wing game. Not entirely certain.
They're pretty similar at this point.
Well, the real issue is that Samsung is under no obligation to do anything. Yes, the opposing team does have some scaling on their champions, but with the Jin and the Victor, you only need to wait until you have 4 or 5 items, and then once you start team fighting the Kongdu, Team Comp really can't take a fight head-on against you, and they're going to be reduced to their smoke and mirrors. Also, interestingly, Edge is itemizing Haunting Guys, so possibly Leandri's Torment's second item. And Roach is actually going into full tank Echo. Not even a Proto Belt or an Iceborne Gauntlet or anything in that regard. So the speed at which he actually kills turrets is going to be very slow, and it's leading me to wonder, are they intending to use him as a split pusher, or are they really going to be looking for team fights?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. He can always get into the back line extremely easily. And once you begin to bring down that extremely tanky Echo, then he just, you know, uses his ult and then goes back. We have a bit of an engage onto Crown, but an immediate teleport response. We can see a lot of members of Kongdu, but at least that teleport being forced out of Cuvée does force Kongdu back. The only unfortunate thing is that Roach matched it, so they do not get a teleport advantage.
And what we were about to see was Crown being a little bit out of position. This is something that Samsung has done in the past. We're going to have to hold that for a second, though, as some action might break out.
Some action. A little bit. They're going to lock down Roach here. You can see he is already pretty tanky at this point. It's going to be that annoying fly that just runs around and eventually gains back all his health, whereas Cuvée, not on too many items just yet, isn't the super tanky Nautilus. Got to wait probably 10 minutes more before we get to that obnoxious Nautilus phase.
And so the big question for me is, okay, well, Kongdu, they're going to get themselves the Dragon. Samsung, they really don't need to commit to stopping this unless they really want a team fight, though.
Looks like they do want this team fight. A little bit separated. Corjay actually winning the fight against Gugar on the right side. Cuvée, though, getting pretty low. Roach is very, very healthy. Not enough damage, though, to take out Cuvée, and he does get away with his life. So at least they did not overextend. but they do lose that Ocean Drake, so that's 2 Drakes now going to Kongdu. Bit of a trade now, actually. The Dragon Kick onto Roach, pushing him back. The Sonic Wave coming out, and they do pick up a kill on the back foot. On the backside of that fight, Roach maybe just staying around a little bit too long.
Haru continuing to set up stuff for his team. That fight was almost really risky, though, for Samsung. And it's something that I've talked about for the entire spring, is that it seems like some of the teams really overestimate the worth of the Ocean Drake at this stage, especially. And actually, going back to something I was saying a little bit earlier, this is something that Samsung does in recent times when Crown is on Victor, and it tends to be very hit or miss, where he'll eventually just constantly keep going into the jungle, eating up camps, and then being extremely far up in lanes. And sometimes it's led to him getting caught out and dying almost needlessly as he attempts to scale up. And Victor does need a little bit more punch to him ever since the nerfs.
Yeah, I remember very early on in spring, he was playing a couple of games where he just was never with this team. He was just always farming. And nice attempt here to trap Ruler. The curtain call does come out, but Kongdu Monster with a nice group up here, able to pick up mid-tier 1 turret.
That curtain call didn't even go through the shields. And now Cuvee and Roach, we're going to have a little bit of a tank fight. Nothing too exciting there.
It's at this point in the game where you get to decide, do you want to watch farming, do you want to watch some vision clearing, or do you want to watch the tank fight? Definitely a very hard decision for the observers. I personally would just follow Haru around and see if he can make a play on this Lee Sin.
Well, Samsung gonna get yet another turret.
Oh, the teleport coming in from behind. Here comes Roach. Cuvee, though, he's teleporting pretty aggressively, trying to get onto this backline of Kongdu Monster. Now Roach and Sol are pretty out of position. No landed hook there, though, from Cuvee. Roach coming in from behind. Stun coming down. Roach getting extremely low, but there is his ultimate to jump back in time, but they do get the lockdown. Haru pretty low on the right side. Look at Punch, though, on the left. He goes down. Looks like Cuvee and Crown able to take him out. Haru does survive. Roach gets out of there as well. Now Samsung able to pick up one more kill. Let's see if they go for more. Haru going pretty aggressive onto this blue buff. Wants to take it away. Is able to do so. They're going to leave it at that. Well, as I say that, actually the lockdown onto So. In comes Haru, kind of needlessly actually. Does go down. The curtain call does do a bit of damage onto Roach, but he does survive.
And it seems like a never-ending story as Samsung just keep moving around the map. Finally, they're going to recall, but nonetheless, they came out really far ahead of that last skirmish. And for a team that it would be all right if they were behind on gold, them being ahead really just tells you how far behind Kongdu is. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes, but the problem is that it's another Ocean Drake, and yes, a second Ocean Drake does really help the passive regeneration if you could get to that point. And for a split push comp, it would be good, but here we go in a replay here. You can see Haru almost got picked up by Sol on the right, but he managed to kick him back over the edge. Cuvee a little bit too tanky, and Roach didn't quite get the lockup previously on all the champions he would have hoped to have gotten. They managed to bring down Punch and then take the extended fight, because Kongdu Monsters, again, their team composition is not meant to actually fight this comp head on, and yet they're choosing to do that, and the way that Roach has itemized forces them into doing that as well. And had they had an Iceborne Gauntlet or even a AP off-tank version of Echo up in top lane, and they had the split push gear available, the Ocean Drakes actually would have been a pretty big deal, because every time he shoves in a wave and backs up and trades with the top laner, he can regenerate his HP a little bit quicker, and eventually he can pick and pry away the Nautilus from the turret and then eventually get it. but that's no longer really going to be available, and so they're going to be reduced to trying to fight the Samsung Galaxy team composition straight up, and I can't ever see a universe that's going to produce a positive result unless Roach lands some miracle 4-man stun.
Well, I'll be waiting. Oh man, Haru finds Edge in the jungle. There's the kick, and Haru actually getting very low. The Weaver's Wall is actually going to prevent Soul from keeping on to that fight. Out comes the curtain call. Edge pretty low in the back, but look at that front line. Punch getting really low. Googer forced to eat that damage. Oh, forcing the flash there out of Googer. That Deadly Flourish would have landed and probably killed him. So Samsung opened up a big wide opening in the mid lane. Here comes the big knock up onto Roach. Can he land that Chrono Break? There it is. Attempting to get back, but here's the depth charge. Can they land another stun onto this guy? Another hook comes down and just barely enough damage to take him out. There you go. Meanwhile, Haru not even participating in the fight. Ground getting very low, trading a bit with Soul. And there goes the Ocean Drake over to Samsung all the while.
And yet another series of fights that it goes pretty extended, but Samsung again comes out on top. It almost looked like Soul was actually going to be able to pick up Haru, but the real problem is the damage that comes out from Crown and Ruler is completely unmatched from Kongdu, and they're going to be left to having to do this Baron bait fight now with Dragon not being on the map for the foreseeable future. And without the split push mechanic here available to them, they don't have anything else to do other than constantly fight for vision control around the river and Samsung's red side jungle. And with the way that Edge also itemized, his ability to have sustained poke wars is not going to be the best.
This is the land of pings. That's all you get to see at this point. Crown, he's in the side lane as he is playing that Victor. But you can see that Haru is nearby. They do have an okay amount of vision, at least around the mid-side part of that top river. But really having Haru nearby is what's going to keep him safe at this point. Taking a look at the gold difference, you can see pretty much across the board, everyone on Samsung is slightly ahead of everyone on Kongdu Monster.
Right now, Samsung going to pick up the Scuttle Crab themselves, and they're just making sure that all the lanes are constantly shoved in so that Kongdu doesn't have anything to work with. They are in a position where they have the proper vision control down that they could actually start the Baron bait. Using the gravity field from Victor, it's very easy to constrict the area around the river. Haru actually wins out on the smite fight over the blue as well.
Taking another blue away from the Kongdu Monster's side. Oh, landing a big amount of damage onto Googer. That should be the kill there. CoreJJ gonna pick that up with the help of a Deadly Flourish. The curtain call not gonna do anything here, and they'll immediately start the Baron. Comes the teleport and the Weaver's Wall. See if Kongdu Monster can make anything of this. Can we see that Miracle 4-man stun? That's going to be a Miracle 0-man stun as he jumps on in. Roach is very tanky. You can see that Cuvée was looking for a dredge line, not able to find one, so they're just going to turn back onto the Baron here. Oh, actually a big, nice amount of burst damage there onto CoreJJ, but the Baron does go over to Samsung. And now able to turn this one around. Haru is going to survive. Lots of low members in the pit here. Here comes Soul trying to go 1v3. Can he actually do it? Missing that Sonic Wave. Gonna flash forward into the kick of Lee Sin. So we'll pay for that with his life. Cuvée looking for more. Oh, nicely done by Ruler. Able to pick up another kill. And I don't even think he had any vision of that. Kind of just blindly into the dark was Ruler with that Deadly Flourish.
Well, Samsung now, they're in the driver's seat, and with the Baron buff, they're certainly going to be able to push in every single lane. And with the curtain call, and obviously the poke that can come out of the Victor, it's going to be extremely difficult for Edge and Punch to try to wave clear against it. Dragon's still quite a while away, so it's not like Samsung Galaxy are going to be diverting their attention anytime soon.
Ruler having a pretty fantastic game on this Jhin so far, 3-0-5. You can see there's a reason why they're picking him that Jhin so early on in the draft. Definitely one of our better Jhin players in LCK.
Right now, Cuvée and Crown, I mean, those two enough are too tanky and offer too much damage. Obviously not the Victor being tanky, but you're never really going to get onto Victor with Nautilus there, and this enables them to execute this dual push in mid and bottom.
Nautilus is like the giant bouncer that you got to get through if you wanna touch Crown at this point. Really anyone in that back line. I'd like to get another look at Haru's items. I'm not sure how tanky he's building. Looks like decently tanky, just based on his health. Well, he's got him for a bit of disengage. Got the dredge line onto Roach. Crown getting a little bit low. Thankfully, that True Shot Barrage does miss him, or else he could have been in a bit of trouble. You can see that Samsung looking to recall and back off anyway. Taking this one slow.
Dragon now coming up in about 15 seconds. Punch not even pathing that way. So Kongdu completely content to just concede the Drake. And that'll actually even up the Dragons. We're finally going to actually get a replay, and there's that zero-man miracle stun you talked about that he failed to hit. And you can see that Crown just trying to zone out with the Gravity Field, using the Chaos Storm onto Soul, force the Arcane Shift over the edge, and he's just constantly zoning with the lasers. And this does delay the capture of the Baron. Eventually it does get picked up, and at this point, it did almost look like Soul was probably going to be a hero as he brought down Crown, but then the damage that came out of Ruler and Soul missing that Q onto Ruler, Arcane shifted over the wall and got his face smashed in, so not quite the hero that Kongdu would have needed him to be. But that could have potentially gone a lot worse for Samsung had it gone a little bit different mechanically. And now coming back to live, the Dragons are even. Both teams have an Infernal and Water, or Ocean Drake.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about the disrespect, you know, and some of the plays that Samsung was making, especially early on. You know, perhaps against a team that they respect a little bit more, that's a bit higher up on the standings and has proven themselves a little bit more. Maybe they would not have gone for that Baron steal, or rather just Baron play. And, you know, maybe the better team would have been able to punish them for going for it, but not the case here. Samsung pretty content to just do that. So many stuns landed onto Roach in the front, but you can see just how tanky he is with that full tank Echo in the top lane. Gonna hand blue buff over to Crown in the meantime. Baron buff is down now, so not as strong of a push as they had before. Haru hanging out down here near the bottom side.
This is actually one of the weaknesses that Samsung still have in their mid to late game transition, where despite Cuvée having that teleport available, they're constantly having a little bit of a weak lane somewhere, and you can see now Haru being forced to have janitor duty, run all the way down to bottom, fix that lane and bring it up to speed with their other lanes, but it definitely slows down and hinders their current push. Baron, though, coming up in 1 minute and 30, and Samsung might just want to wait for that.
Well, they're going to be pushing in all the lanes first, it seems. See, Crown can trade pretty easily with Edge and mid. Haru going to have a bit harder of a time unless he can land some Sonic Waves, but he goes in and he might pay for it here. There comes the kick. True Shot Barrage just barely misses. Swings wide. And Another trade up in top lane. You can see so much damage going on to Roach. He does land that Chrono Break, though. Will he get away? Curtain Call coming on out. He just tag punch. But Guger in the front will be able to eat up all that damage. Still looking for this tier 2 turret in the top lane.
It does look like Samsung should be able to get the turret right here and then back up and reset before the Baron spawns. Curious to see if Cuvée is actually going to opt for Guardian Angel before this upcoming Baron. No, he actually gets Knight's Vow. So he's choosing to protect his carries a little bit more than valuing his own life and front line. Haru does already have the Guardian Angel. On the side of Kongdu Monsters, one of the problems that they're having is that Roach, I don't think, is going to be able to afford the Guardian Angel before the upcoming Baron fight, and so there's a lot of lost opportunity there that they would have had available to them if they just could have stalled a little bit longer.
You can see even Soul eating up all the farm in the mid lane, not even giving Roach a chance to get that Guardian Angel. Prioritizing the carries items for now. Slow and steady here for Samsung. You can see there's no vision of the Baron right now for Kongdu. They could try to go over there and bait a fight over by Baron. But they do want to push mid lane first, it seems. Fix the top lane as well. Crown does that and moves into the river with his team.
A little bit surprised that they don't opt to just burst it super quick. They might even be looking for a fight before the Baron. Or they could just be delaying its capture so that they can get the best of both worlds. As Elder is coming up as well in about a minute.
Well, here we go. Nice route by CoreJJ as the Baron is being burst down. There comes the Weaver's Wall. Really nice knock up to get everyone from Kongdu away from there. The flash in from Roach. He is not going to be able to pick that up. Chrono Break's back. Look at how low Soul is getting in the back line. Can anyone get to him? There goes the flash from Cuvée. Able to finish off that kill. You can see just how low Crown is up at the top. But really nice play by Haru to knock that edge into his team. And this is going to be the slaughter of the Lambs here as Samsung just rolls them after taking that Baron.
Yeah, and now they're running up mid lane, and Kongdu is basically doomed at this point, and it looks like the game is probably going to end here. Too much time up on the main carry still. With the Baron minions, this might be lights out. Roach goes down. He does have the Guardian Angel, but I don't think it's really going to matter.
Yeah, not going to matter. They burst him down, and down go the two turrets eventually here as the minions push in. Haru trying to make his KDA a little bit better, but there you go. Game 1 goes over to Samsung.
Well, Samsung with a very traditional Samsung composition. And Kongdu, even though they drafted in a way that was nice to see and it could have potentially worked out for them, the way that they itemized across their champions was not so great. And now going into game number 2 here, you have to wonder what are they going to do, as you mentioned earlier on, that this is a team that is almost guaranteed to play for relegation. You can see Roach not looking super enthusiastic right now.
Roach and Punch always look the most depressed to me whenever you get a look at the Kongdu Monster bench, or booth rather, after a loss. So we'll see if we get a look here at a replay.
Or if we're just going to look at the screen. But one of the main issues is Roach, every time he's on a non-carry, it never really looks that great. But we're going to head to the analyst desk and see what they have to say, so stick around for that.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. We are going to find out what the Korean analysts had to say about that game one from Samsung versus Kongdu. It was pretty straightforward.
That's right. Samsung going on up ahead in the series, and who could say they're surprised, right? I do want to point out the kind of the irony, maybe the coincidental, humor in these two teams. Samsung, obviously the team that wants to get second place, and Kongdu, the team that's desperate to get their second win.
Yeah.
So I think that basically kind of paints a picture of how the season's been going for these two teams. But overall, great performance by Samsung, picking a no-nonsense comp, and the damage numbers definitely showing no nonsense coming out from the Samsung Galaxy squad.
Yeah, and Kongdu was on blue side that time, so they had their pick of what 3 bans they wanted to go with. And you can only ban out Crown so much, right? We talked about that a little bit in the pick ban phase. If you ban out a bunch of these mid-champions, he will just play the Victor, has that in his back pocket. And, of course, the Jhin for Ruler, always very scary.
Now, Captain Jack, always the AD carry expert here on the desk, talking about Kongdu's Ezreal pick played by Soul. Although he did not have a good time in that game, basically just started out, got ganked a lot by Haru. Meanwhile, Haru, I have to say at this point, whenever Haru plays, you just kind of automatically associate that he's going to get first blood. But it looks like we're going to take a look at some highlights. And here's that first blood I was talking about. Roach got close, to be fair, but Haru's spring isn't over yet. We'll see if he gets to continue all this to the playoffs and whether or not we'll see more of ambition as well. In Kongdu's defense, I have to admit we're going to see the teleport coming in here from Roach. I want to say that they look better than I expected, right? Like everyone's saying, they are somewhat guaranteed to relegations, but you see him going for these chaotic, almost reckless moves, and you wonder if there's a sign of life in there somewhere.
Well, you know what they say, maybe next split.
Wondering why we're staying on the screen for so long for, but
a lot of these fights were like just super long, extended, as Samsung gets the better of it, but then Kongdu re-engages and then they lose another member or something like that, or they pick up a kill on the back of it.
This moment was pretty tough to watch because Sol loses out on so much damage chasing after Haru. And that's your Ezreal right there. You need to have him in the middle of the fight dishing out damage, but Kongdu Monster is another miss. And the final critical Baron team fight, poor JJ gets deleted.
Poor guy. Punch trying to be the hero. Doesn't happen. You're going up against one of the best junglers in the league.
Almost comedic. I really wanted to see Haru's, player cam when this happened because Ezreal comes over the wall.
Get out of here. This is Samsung. You don't belong on this rift.
King Haru-nitis up in the house trying to kick Ezreal back in the pit. So it looks like we're going to take a look at the first set MVP. My vote is for Ruler.
He had a pretty clean game. It's going to be Haru, though.
Of course, definitely justified. I'm less surprised at this than I was in some other moments this season, but really got the ball rolling for everybody. And again, the first bloods continue for this guy. 428, 800 MVP points means he's probably competing for first or second in the rankings as well.
Yeah, he's getting up there. definitely a surprise coming into this season to have Haru kind of be the substitute, but now he's the starter. So,
and you know what this screen means, Valdez.
Yeah.
Substitutions. Ambition coming in for Haru, and at this point, I think it's worth a shot. I know that earlier on in the season, whenever people saw Ambition, you know, we were wondering, why isn't Haru playing, right? But last time he was here at the Nexon Arena, Ambition had a good game, and Samsung, these substitutions could provide to be a very strong weapon, you know, heading into playoffs with all these substitution muscles. Maybe I could hit you with my Haru, or do you want to get hit by my Ambition? So we'll see how it goes.
surprised we don't see Stitch or Wraith come in, actually.
Good point.
Well, either way, guys, we'll be back in about 2 minutes with game number 2. We are back here with Kongdu trying to hold on with all their might and make some kind of stamp here in the LCK, but Samsung just swinging back and saying no.
Well, they did manage to sub in Ambition, so we'll see what that changes. And it's gonna probably mean that they're gonna go with yet another classic comp, unless Ambition has something surprising for us, but haven't been able to see anything surprising in solo queue, at least, out of his account.
Might just see him pick up the Graves first this time. They are on blue side, Samsung. So, as you said, maybe just a pretty standard all-around comp from them. Maybe they grab Graves and then go into their bot lane for their second and third picks. Maybe pick up Jhin. Would not be surprised.
Ruler.
So
Ruler, sir, today.
I came to learn Jhin.
Jhin, Bayo. All right, that is some of the worst handwriting I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was pretty next level bad. But then again, we gotta work on reading that Korean fonts.
All right, here we go. Talia actually being hovered and banned by Samsung to kick off their blue side phase, and now Varus being highlighted immediately by Kongdu. And this is interesting that is just the champion that no one is allowed to have anymore. Just no one is interested in letting that.
Yeah. No one's allowed to play Varus, and no one plays Jace anymore. Just very rarely see him. Rengar ban. Will it be LeBlanc?
Probably going to be LeBlanc, and then Samsung first pick Graves, and then Kongdu Monsters. They're going to get Jin for Soul.
Take it away from Ruler. A 2-for-1. Like the idea.
So there the Graves is finally locked in, and now Jin being hovered. And you know what? They want to be a little bit disrespectful for Samsung too. Watch them. They're going to pick Zyra.
Zyra.
There it is. There it is. They're going to smack them with their own medicine. That's what their intention is going to be.
We'll see how that
now
works out.
Samsung, they're going to respond the same way. They're going to go Ezreal
Karma.
Ezreal Karma. You ready?
Here it comes.
Here it comes.
Well, there's Ezreal.
Now this is where it gets tricky. Do you hit him with the Elise or do you hit the Kha'Zix? Unless you want to keep up the memo and just pick Lee Sin right here. All right. Well, they might break.
Come on,
they might break it.
What are you
They ruined
doing?
it. It's no coincidence that it was Edge that had to, you know, that was the tipping point.
Yeah.
We made it to the edge of the draft, but then he ruined it.
Well, let's see if the bans can follow suit. The answer is no. Shen, I don't believe was banned or picked. It was definitely not picked.
And it's surprising that they're banning it away from Kongdu Monsters because, or it's surprising that Kongdu is banning it away from Samsung because there's not a ton of synergy right now for the Shen. And it's just, Samsung, they don't really strike me as and if you've watched them play, they don't really strike anyone as a team that would just no-theme the Shen. And I don't think that they would ever no-theme the Shen against Kongdu, for instance. Now Vladimir being banned away by Samsung yet again. This has been a rising pick here in Korea. Kongdu respond with the last ban of Rise. And Samsung now banning Talon. So Kongdu, they might put Roach on a tank here. And like Samsung last game, they might just pick up Nautilus. And we'll see if they do end up locking that in. Samsung, they're going to have the luxury of getting a counter pick if they want it. But instead, they're going to take advantage of the blue side and knowing that the enemy top laner was already picked. Actually, no, they're swapping it now to Gragas. Now, this could be top or jungle. They could just be waiting or deciding on how they want to use it. Now they're highlighting Syndra. So speak of no theme.
Well, yeah.
It has arrived.
And immediately hover on the Echo and lock in to counter that Syndra in the mid lane. And they must have known this was coming. I mean, Roach played it in the last game. I think we've seen Edge play it before. And definitely a common response to the Syndra. Crown doesn't seem to mind.
Very no-theme team composition for Samsung. Yes, they do have a heavy burst engage with that Gragas ultimate into the collateral damage and ult from Syndra. So lots of potential for mid lane roams from top lane. Can set that up with Ambition very easily, but Ruler is really going to be the scaling component for Samsung. Kongdu, on the other hand, though, they definitely have a 1-3-1 that's available to them, as Samsung Galaxy don't really have proper wave clear. And so it's not like they can really threaten the turret and get onto Soul or Googer or Punch. And so Roach and Edge should be able to have their way if they can get there. And this is the type of team composition that you would think that Kongdu could maybe edge out some sort of advantage with. And one last look, Gragas, Graves, Syndra, Ezreal, and Karma for Samsung, and they're just looking to roll over their opponents here. Now Kongdu, Nautilus, Kha'Zix, Echo, Jhin, and Zyra definitely want to look to go into that 1-3-1 gear. And that's assuming that they recognize that that's what they want to do.
Because we've seen that before, where teams have that kind of composition. They're like, no, let's just 5-man push the top lane. We'll see if Kongdu Monster can even get to that stage of the game here as we jump into game number 2 of Kongdu versus Samsung.
세상사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go.
Monster.
And apparently Samsung Monster today, too. Cougar does spot this and immediate pings towards the blue side of Samsung. It looks like they may actually invade here. Well, looks like they're just going to put down some wards to start.
Well, they were looking for some early aggression, and they might still find it. Soul now playing this as careful as possible. Doesn't quite take a hit. Ruler and CoreJJ were just looking for a micro advantage, and Ambition's gonna start on Wraiths, and this can mean a few things. He can either full clear the Wraiths, go into his red and then his blue, or he can just take the small Wraiths, get level 2, and then immediately go over to punch his blue and take that away. As Kha'Zix not having a blue, it's really painful. And because they have Cuvée on blue side on that Gragas, he can actually outshove Roach's Nautilus and then run down at the exact time and plant a ward on the blue or disrupt punch from taking it. And through this, they can really just almost asphyxiate Kongdu just from the get-go.
Punch coming into the blue here. Gonna take that up, trading blue for blue.
Now Punch actually, after the blue buff, turns his attention to the Wolves, so he's looking to completely capture Ambition's blue side jungle, with the exception being the Gromp.
Suppose he could go for that. Would be pretty risky, though. And it looks like he is going for it. Almost assuming that Ambition stayed on his blue side of the jungle, but Punch might get into a bit of trouble here. Is going to leap the wall, use the blasting plant, but down comes Cuvée. Doesn't look like he's ready to jump on in there.
The issue is, though, is that they know exactly what camps Punch has cleared. They know that he didn't take his red yet. Edge.
Oh, man. Solo kill in the mid lane. First blood to Crown.
And what a first blood as well. That's really going to set Edge quite far behind. He's going to miss all that experience and the gold from the minions. And so mid lane just got completely out of control. Lost chapter already for Crown. 3.5 minutes.
It looks
Edge
like
is only going to have double Dorons. We can see this one more time. So the auto into the Q and the stun. And then Crown casts the Ghost, basically telling Edge that you're going to flash. But then Edge
that auto attack is
waited way too long. And yeah, the last auto able to get the kill.
It was like the exact amount of health that he had. It was crazy. Very well calculated from Crown. So as you said, this could get a bit crazy here in mid lane, especially before Echo hits level 6.
And Ambition might be looking to set up for Punch, but instead actually begins to attack the Gromp immediately. He already has a level advantage over Punch. steals away the Gromp, and now he's probably going to come bottom lane, and Punch is too late here.
Yeah, here he comes, dashing on in. The exhaust comes down, forces the flash from Soul, but here comes Punch from behind. Samsung now has to turn around and run away, but no kill. Lots of summoners taken away, though, from the side of Kongdu. 3 of them going away from the bot lane.
Lots of pressure being applied, and now you can see that Punch is being forced to run into mid lane to alleviate that pressure. Nice bit of chunk onto Crown, but beyond that, now he absorbs even more XP. So you can see that Crown is about 1 minion away from hitting level 6, and Edge is just into getting his level 5. And throughout all of this, Ambition was able to go down to bottom, get his goal or his Krugs, and now he can transition into his Raptor camp, and so Graves is getting the most valuable clear, whereas Kha'Zix gets pretty hurt.
CoreJJ almost loses his life trying to keep the minions away from the turret. Does not die, though. So we'll save a bit of this farm for Ezreal. Crown picking up the M-Town and the boots. Just wants to make sure he's in position. But Edge does hit 6. So we'll make it a bit harder to combo him down.
Now CoreJJ coming in to secure vision around the right-hand side. You can see Edge finally has 6. He only has a null magic mantle, though, so not quite as tanky as he would like to be to really approach this lane against Crown. You can see he's barely over 6, actually, as Crown's already 7.
CoreJJ was hanging around mid, too, for a bit. Only level 4. Okay, there's the combo. Forces the Chrono Break out of Edge. But still a decent amount of mana here on Crown, and you can see how aggressively he's still pushing this mid lane. Ambition joining up in mid to go for that push. Nice lockdown onto Ruler, taking a huge amount of damage. Almost dies to the plant, forcing the flash out of him.
Really nice attempt by Soul and Guger. Came out empty-handed, but
you can see they were really trying to push onto mid. Punch coming on in, and Crown eating a bit of damage from that turret. Blue now looks like Punch is just going to take it. Just so much pressure in that mid lane that Crown is putting down. Already behind about 20 CS in mid is Edge against Crown at this point.
And I think that what Punch taking the blue really signifies is that they know that mid is going to go down. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Wondering what Crown's trying to do here. He only has 140 mana. Might just be waiting to push in this final wave before he recalls. Ambition now going to come over to actually relieve him. And then Ambition will pick up a wave and shove it in with Crown potentially.
There's a ward in that brush punch. You can see how much Ambition is just sticking around mid. He's like, okay, well, Crown's going to continue putting on extreme pressure. I need to be here just in case. Now making his way top, but there is a control ward there. Can they actually land something? Cask doesn't work as Rouge gets away with the dredge line.
Right now, Kongdu, their greatest victory is actually coming in bottom lane. A little bit of a CS advantage for Soul that is going to be negated by the call that Ruler has, but this is where the majority of their pressure has been able to come from. And if Soul and Guger can somehow unlock themselves, if they can get some kills down in bottom, get the turret, and then move into mid lane, that would then enable Edge to move into the side lane and would take all the pressure away from him that Crown's putting out.
Punch waiting for the leap, and there is no vision of this at all. Kive doesn't know, but look at Ambition. He's coming up here. He's scented this out. He smelled it. He will be in position right away. Samsung ready to take that fight. And Kive will not go down.
$1.1K gold lead now for Samsung at 10 minutes. And the gap in mid continues to get wider as Edge actually completely ignored picking up the Null Magic Mantle. I do assume he's going to, or the Negatron Cloak. I do assume he will go into Abyssal Scepter at some point, so a little bit interesting to see that he doesn't pick that up, instead prioritize more AP.
Maybe he wants to clear out these waves a little bit more, but you can see what's happening here in mid. Another trade of ultimate abilities. The Crown with the blue buff can just torture that guy in the mid lane. He's never going to let him away from that turret unless he wants to lose that farm. Wow, okay. Soul's just going to recall right next to them. No vision in that brush. We were forced to go way back, but look at Ambition and Crown now making their way down.
They don't know that they're on top of a ward. Guger, though, going to be forced to just keep walking backwards. He has extremely little hit points and mana remaining. We might see a team fight.
Yeah, you can see the amount of damage that immediately gets put onto Roach as he teleports in. Finally, the teleport of Kive coming out here. Curtain Call coming in. Kive able to land that stun. There's the cast, and Soul forced to blow both summoners to get out of this one. Samsung relatively healthy comparatively. Looks like they will continue this 5-man push onto the bot turret.
They're going to be able to get themselves the first blood turret of the game here. They might even be able to convert
Oh,
it. Okay.
Nicely done, right on top of that ward. And I think that Guger did see that ward coming down, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, that is going to be another kill going over to Samsung, given to Ruler.
Really nice pickup for them. They don't immediately turn their attention towards the Mountain Drake, but Crown is already back in mid and putting Edge under quite a lot of pressure, keeping this lane constantly shoved in. And right now, Kongdu, they really need to figure out a way to get Edge into a side lane. Crown keeps using his ultimate very early just to put out the damage onto Echo. Similarly, you would do this to a Zilean. You just get his HP value super low, so it doesn't matter if he has the ultimate or not. You can just kill him through normal means. You don't need to rely on the ulti.
JJ being pretty cheeky, might have gotten himself into a bit of trouble. Forced to flash away. First dragon of the game is the Mountain Drake. Still no big moves made down towards that Drake. Even after Samsung got the first blood turret down there, they didn't rotate over to the Mountain Drake.
Shoving in mid lane right now, though. Blue buff is coming up for Samsung. They might be waiting for that before they go over to the dragon. Crown with the 7-10 split.
Putting on a bit of a show. Always cool to see certain mid laners when they really nail a certain kind of pool of champions. Hold that thought. Edge is going in, trying to grab Crown here. He will survive the exhaust onto Punch and the dash forward from Ambition. Even the True Shot barrage there to help clean up and push Kongdu back. Another kill going over to Samsung. Ambition looking for more.
Not going to find anything. But nonetheless, they're going to get, well, they're going to get a teleport here out of Kongdu. And it's on the Echo, and the problem with that is, even if he saves the turret, I mean, it's not like it's really going to matter too much, and actually, he's not even going to be able to save it. So you're left asking the question, why even teleport at that point? Because now he's not going to have it available for quite a long time when he goes into the split push mode. He can't even come up to top lane now if he wanted to, if you want to have a rotate with the team. And Kongdu, a little bit of a desperate attempt here. They're just going to pick up the Mountain Drake.
It doesn't look like Samsung knows about this, or if they do, everybody with the recall is not in position to fight this, so they will give that over.
Take another quick look at the replay. You can see that Edge really wanted to go in onto Crown and delete him, but Curtain Call wasn't quite quick enough before he could get back into the protection of his teammates to block the bullets, and that was a nice disengage by Samsung, and Kongdu just barely came up short.
So Samsung pretty healthy lead right now, about 4,500 gold ahead. They did lose that Mountain Drake, not the end of the world.
They're gonna have to do something in the coming minutes, because with the gold gap being the way that it is right now, it's 5,000. I realized I misspoke earlier. The dragon that they picked up does enable them, but it's gonna end up making it so that they're gonna need to begin making desperate plays, because the game has entered into that phase for them, as it's gonna be a point where they can't do anything. Even if they get a dream spot, they're not gonna have the items to delete people they would want to. Like we saw earlier, that even if they get the lockup from Edge, he doesn't quite have the punch to delete someone instantaneously, and Soul doesn't have the ammo to offer that backline damage from far away that Samsung can't reach him. Next dragon is, of the game is going to be Infernal, and with the way that the game is right now, we can probably assume that Samsung should be in position to capitalize on that one.
Yeah, unless the same scenario where they all kind of recall after getting some other objective comes out. Kongdu kind of picks up the scraps. Big rotation up towards top. Both Crown and Ambition making their way. Core JJ taking up the back. And they're going to just leave Ruler in mid. So they're looking to take out the last tier 1 turret with the red buff on Ambition. Trying to beat members up. Not going to be successful, as Road just staying the hell away from that turret. Edge will pick up the bottom tier 1 at least.
While he's down there in bottom, he doesn't have teleport. So it's not like he can jump in here and help his team. He has the Proto Belt, but no Sheen or anything yet, so his ability to raise turrets is not the quickest right now, although he does have the Mountain Drake.
You can see that Kive missed the cast because Guger was like a deer in the headlights, kind of just stopping when he expected him to walk back into the cast. Edge Proto Belting forward, eats a bit of damage, trades it with Core JJ. Baron is up in a minute, so that is another objective to look towards. Just a couple. I don't think Samsung is quite far ahead enough yet to just go for it straight away. They would have to win a team fight first.
About 5,000 gold lead here as we approach the 20-minute mark. And Ruler actually still doesn't have his Monomune yet, a little bit surprising. Thought he would have the gold for that by now. Baron's going to be on the field in about 30 seconds, but I don't think either team is really in a position to either go for a burst attempt if you're Kongdu, or just look to capture it if you're Samsung. So we're probably going to continue to see a little bit of a song and a dance as Kongdu try to stabilize so they can eventually move into that 1-3-1 that they so desperately need to get to.
True Shot Barrage comes out, does not take the red away. So that'll be on cooldown here for just a bit. Overall, we're kind of just in that same phase we were in game 1, where it's just kind of sit back, farm. Both these teams have decent scaling, so no one's really trying to get on in there. Samsung looking for picks here and there. But still only just 3 kills so far in 20 minutes.
Dragon is coming up in about 45 seconds, and all of the lanes we can assume should be advantageous for Samsung, and it's going to be difficult for Kongdu right now to really respond to it. They can have Cube stay up in top lane, wait and shove in this next incoming minion wave before he begins to path down, and that would enable him to actually conserve his teleport. Instead, actually, he might just back up right now instead of sticking around and having a little bit of a duel with Nautilus.
Kube just kind of walking through that red side jungle of Kongdu, and there actually are no wards. So not sure that they 100% knew that he was there. Crown almost getting caught out here. Edge is on the chase, trying to land that ultimate. There's the stun. Chrono Break coming out into 2 other members of Samsung. Crown on the run and does pick up that kill. So Edge looking for that kill on the edge of the map. Is not able to.
It was a really intense fight actually for both of them. If Edge could have picked up the kill on Crown there, it would have been huge for his team. Crown's movement's a little bit too clean. Doesn't quite fall down. And obviously his teammates were there to catch Edge after he used his ultimate. And now, after picking up the Drake, they're turning their attention to the bottom tier 2 turret, get a nice chunk of damage onto it, as Crown is escorting the mid minion wave.
Look at that. I mean, Ruler just able to pick up Punch, who's kind of just sitting there, eating all of that damage. Roach looks like he was able to teleport in behind. Ruler might be in a bit of trouble. Tries to arcane shift the wall, does fail, and will die. But meanwhile, I mean, the rest of Samsung, while Kongdu Monster's distracted, able to pick up the tier 2 turret in mid. And you can see that bot one is also very low. So more objectives and a bigger lead here for Samsung.
Going to be content now to back up again, purchase more items, and now they're in a position to get Baron. We'll take another look at this fight so you can see the Edge came in here, just missed the parallel convergence, able to Protobell on, almost chunked down Crown into almost lethal range, but then misses a few of his abilities, and Crown with that Ghost still having been ticking, able to eventually bring him down, and they were able to convert that into the Infernal Drake capture, which is pretty big for their team. Definitely aids the Ezreal and Graves quite a lot, and obviously the AP bolster for Syndra is always going to be something you like. Okay, Punch.
Man, he gets caught almost once again. And I have to say this Kha'Zix hasn't been the most effective jungler so far that we've seen in LCK. I mean, he did have to deal with a lot of that pressure early game in the mid lane. Kind of just a band-aid to the wound that was Crown just destroying his opponent. And you can see that ambition was always there as well to make it a 2v2, so it's not like he had any real chance to make plays. So, ambition almost trying to bait this one in, staying right on the edge there of that stun, as the rest of his teammates do join on up.
moving. Oh, well.
They get the lockup onto Ambition. Here comes the curtain call. He gets slowed by that Time Winder. The last hit does get him, but you can see Ruler on the back of it. Does take out 2 members. Able to take out Echo at the same time, and he wants more. Punch getting extremely low. And this is kind of just turning into the Samsung show once again, where you got someone like Ruler on a champion like Ezreal and Crown on the Syndra, and these 2 guys are just going ham on Kongdu Monster.
Yeah. Kongdu much right now. As they just keep losing fight after fight, turret after turret. Roach is gonna come up, try to threaten something, instead just turns on his shield and eats a little bit of damage, but they're not really doing anything. Now they're down 4 turrets, 10,000 gold here at 25 minutes.
This is kind of that series that you get every once in a while where you have an extremely strong team against one of the weaker teams in the division. And the first game is slow. You know, it takes about 35 minutes, 40 minutes to end, but there's a clear advantage for the better team for the majority of the game. But then game 2 is kind of just a slaughter. Much faster game. Early Barons, stuff like that. Samsung, if they were a team like SKT, this game might be over already. Not quite as aggressive when they do get a lead. But
Samsung's comp, I mean, this time around it was more equipped for a mid-game explosion. They don't really need to wait for any scaling like they did in the game before on Jhin or Victor. Graves and Syndra and Ezreal, they all hit like a truck once they have 2 items.
Poor JJ just playing with his food. Crown sticking around top. Not even pushing it super fast, just waiting for whoever might go to eat that wave. You can see Kongdu around the map essentially just has their tail between their legs, picking up whatever farm they can. Do have a bit of a pick here onto Ruler. He does get knocked up. Is there enough damage? Yes, there is. They do pick that up, and Mission gets dredge lined here by Roach on his way out. Can he get healed? No. A double kill over to Roach on that Nautilus. Is Kongdu actually going to try this Baron? A lot of the members are very low, and Syndra is still available. A full health, full mana Cuvée. I don't think they can go for this.
Well, they need to do something. They do have the Mountain Drake. They have the teleport from Edge coming in. We talked about desperation attempts. This is certainly going to be one of them.
Let's see what they can do. Taking down that Baron relatively fast. Crown almost getting stunned up here. Looking for that burst onto someone in the pit. Can he land it? No, the smite will go over to Kongdu. Cuvée getting in there. Very low members of Kongdu all around the pit. With everybody able to dash on up, they do at least pick up Guger on the run. You can see that Crown didn't have all that much mana either. So he wasn't able to dish out all those spells like he wanted to.
Kongdu, they managed to find themselves a small victory to get them back in the game. It closes the gold gap to 8K, but hold that as another Infernal Drake about to go over to Samsung. Graves just got 20 AD off that. 700 gold value Dragon pickup. And so it's important to remember the Infernal Drakes when you're looking at the gold score. We'll take another quick look at the replay. And this was the curtain call in the lockup from Guger's ultimate, just doing a ton of work. And then Roach able to land that dredge line onto Ambition. Locked him up as well, and they could convert this into the Baron. And it was aided by that Mountain Drake that they were able to pick up earlier on in the game. So right now, if they can capture 2 turrets, that'll certainly help in closing the gold gap a little bit. As remember, they only have captured 1 up until this point, which was the bottom tier 1 turret. teleport is up on Roach. They could use the Baron buff defensively for the minions and prevent Samsung from pushing and then begin to go into their 1-3-1. But they need to do something that isn't just a straight up team fight, because the last victory that led to them capturing the Baron was them catching Samsung out and not a legitimate straight on engagement.
See Samsung pretty easily able to trade blows with Kongdu in the mid lane for now, and it looks like finally they're going to send Edge up to top. Vision picking up the farm in bot, gonna fix this bot wave. Cloud Drake is up next, so we were having some pretty exciting dragons for the majority of this game. Lots of Infernal, a couple of Oceans, and one Mountain. Could have been worse, I suppose. Ed's making his way. He's going to try to land a stun. He is seen. No stun does land, but he comes behind Cube, who does land that double stun, and there's the casting onto Edge. Bit of a knock-up onto Cube. Can they actually land enough damage? Edge, though, is going to eat it up in top, and so much expended there to try to take out Cube, but he survives. And now Samsung on the chase. The ultimate coming out there, and he does land the flash stun onto two members. Cougar goes down. There's the GA on Roach. He will respawn to his death. And Samsung able to stop the push there of Kongdu.
They were able to stop the push, but then on top of that, I mean, they bounced back really hard. And that was Kongdu just not really respecting the fact that the fights, if they go too long, if they don't get a pick right at the very beginning, they're never going to win the extended trades, and now they're going to pay for it with at least an inhibitor. Might even be two.
And it looks like they're going to try to push it. They have a very big wave in bot lane. And Punch is just it's like a three-handed Spider-Man at this point. He's just throwing out that W over and over. That's all he does. So 2 inhibitors go down. We're going to take another look at this fight.
Well, you see Edge trying to go in for a flank. Roach was locking up Cube to prevent him from being able to protect his backline, but then he himself got caught up. He tried to flash away, but then Crown actually landed the stun. The curtain call was going on. Almost managed to get Cube there with the assistance of that plant, but shield from Core JJ definitely helped. And then the synergy right here as Crown flashes the wall, followed up by Ambition. They were able to bring down Cougar and Roach shortly thereafter. But I mean, that's always how the fights would likely go. Even if they got one pick off, it wouldn't really matter. So this is Kongdu just not really recognizing what both team compositions are designed to do, but then also the deficit that they're in right now.
Maybe running away with it a little bit in their minds, saying, okay, we might actually come back here, let's go for the push. But as you said, not recognizing the spot they're in. So here comes the push onto the top turret. They're not even waiting for the waves in the other lanes. They're just pushing in with this wave. The amount of burst damage and even poke that Samsung has at this point, pretty obnoxious. With Ambition, Ruler, Crown. Even Core JJ on the Karma. Always got to counter poke damage. Desperately trying to clean these waves. Roach is going to eat it again. Has to run back, and now they have no front line outside of this Echo that's not all that tanky. Kha'Zix definitely isn't as either. So down goes the third inhibitor as everyone from Kongdu Monster on the run. They pick up another kill. It looks like Samsung just wants to end this one.
Edge trying to come in for a flank, comes up shy yet again.
Yeah, nothing working here. Roach coming from behind with the teleport. Samsung kind of just playing with their food at this point. Punch finally able to do something in this game, picks up 1 kill. And this is looking like the end of a solo queue game with one team trying not to end it, trying to boost their KDA stats. But either way, Samsung will finally end the game and take a very clean 2-0 victory.
Samsung can continue to feel good with win after win in the series. It's looking like they're getting actually better and better as the season keeps drawing on. It looked like in the very early and mid part of the season, Samsung was still struggling to stabilize as other teams got a little bit better at macro, and some of their old tricks weren't really working. Kongdu, though, they're not looking distraught, and this might be because they've already really potentially thrown in the towel for spring, and they're just thinking about staying in it, in which case they're turning their attention towards focusing on the teams that are going to be challenging them from Challenger Series.
Yeah, and treating this series just as practice. You know, take these VODs, go home, go over what went wrong, and try to improve as a team, because if they drop down to Challenger, they're not going to be fighting teams like Samsung very often. We'll probably struggle to find scrims against equal level teams.
Fortunately for Kongdu, they can't scrim EU all the time, so
that's true. Yeah,
unlucky there.
They can't really face the wrath of my Ahri, that's for sure. Well, they'll have to wait a little bit until I until I make it up there. Guys, we're gonna go up to the analyst desk here in just a minute to get into that MVP interview. So we'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. We will be interviewing our 2 MVPs. We already do have Haru from game number 1.
And basically a result that everybody expected, but I feel like this is a match that was really important in terms of all the other teams in the league that are about to face these teams, and also some teams in the Challenger League that are about to hit promotions in a couple of weeks. They obviously want to get some sort of read on the Kongdu Monster team, and we'll have to see how that turns out when it happens. Meanwhile, Ambition coming in for set 2, and really at the later stages of this season, he's looking a lot better, and Samsung looking like a much more complete team. So you do want all those parts to be functional come time for playoffs, because look at your potential opponents if you're Samsung. You have SKT, you have KT. KT obviously a no substitute team, so maybe a little bit of hope or optimism there, but SKT definitely has a lot of substitutes to rely upon with Profit, Blank, even Sky.
Yeah.
Although I don't
see if we'll ever see him. Poor guy.
Maybe in summer. But basically a repeat of game 1. That's how I would describe it. Although the bottom lane did switch Ruler did have another great game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him get the MVP this time.
Could be Crown. He had some pretty fantastic plays.
True.
Was cleaning up everybody. He was just wiping the floor with his Syndra mop.
A little bit of a talking point here with Gragas being played by Cuvée and Edge trying out the Echo, but it didn't work out that great for him. Saul's Jin making an appearance as well, but not enough to get through Samsung Galaxy.
Let's see who the MVP here is. It is Crown. 2-0-6 on the Syndra.
1,000 MVP points.
This guy. He's hogging them.
He's getting it. I see it. I see the MVP in him. You know?
I think he gets one every single time. How many games has Samsung played right now? I think it's like...
Well, it also helps if you don't have any mid lane substitutes, although,
Yeah.
truth be told, now that I think about it, I don't think a single team in the league has an active mid lane, you know, sub rotation
Yeah.
type of thing going. Longzhu has BDD and Fly, SKT has Sky and Faker, but
When are we
BDD
going to see BDD?
and- That's right. Some
Where
of those
is he?
players,
Fly has been kind of slacking for the last couple of weeks.
lacking and slacking. Well, here's our MVP interview. We have Haru and Crown. So first off, a very clean, straightforward victory for you, Samsung. How do you feel about the result? And Haru says, I really like Lee Sin, so I think it's really nice that I got the result with Lee Sin. And again, he says, I had a lot of fun because I like Lee Sin and I got to play him. And he says, I ended up playing Lee Sin because the other better champions got banned away. Very simple answers coming from Haru, of course. Meanwhile, Crown says, apart from one macro mistake, I think everything went well. And to specify, he says, we were at an advantage, but we ended up giving up the bottom first, outer tier turret for free. So he considers that to be a mistake in their game. Now Crown, first place in MVP points, as we just mentioned. He says, I don't really think about it. I'm not very conscious about it when I play, but in the end, when I do get the MVP and end up in the interview zone, it does give me a feeling of fulfillment that I am indeed first place. Now asking Haru about how he plans his jungle pathing.
Don't give away your secrets.
Well, a very detailed answer coming out from Haru basically for this specific game. He says, given the wards that were around and the vision that was around the map, I really expected the opponent team jungler to make an appearance in the top lane, and I ended up getting the flash out of the top laner. So I made a return gank because I knew that he was vulnerable there, and I did end up getting the kill, the first blood. Haru looked really lively in the booth today. The question is, do you tend to make a lot of calls? And Haru says, I do feel like I tend to be a player who is a little bit more vocal. And Kanata asking, what's your secret? How do you put up such big numbers so consistently? And he says, I feel like I get a lot of first bloods because of his habits. If I heard correctly, he said it's because I don't fix my habits. Well, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
Keep those good habits, man.
And Crown says, I definitely agree. So as always, Haru and Ambition being subbed in both matches. So what were the differences from Crown's point of view? So Crown says, just from the mid laner's point of view, in set 1 it was Talia versus Victor, there's a point in time where Talia does have the advantage, and Haru did an excellent job kind of shutting that down. And Crown says in set 2 he obviously played Syndra, where he got a really early advantage, and that carried on all the way to the end of the game. Of course, we'll be taking a look at Crown's solo kill that seemed to spark all that. What really stood out to me here was the Ghost. Just no hesitation, he just turns it on. So Crown explaining kind of the mindset there is saying that I basically felt like if I just use my Ghost, I should be able to catch up to him and do enough damage. And also, just psychologically speaking, mid laners always want to conserve their flash, right? So Crown says, I really expected, Edge to want to conserve that flash, and he ended up, holding on to it, which allowed Crown to get that kill. And again, just getting the tail end of that answer, but Crown says, we did a great job baiting the enemy team to kind of come down from their elevated position or the hill and capitalized by getting a good surround. So Crown Syndra used a lot of ultimates, trading it with the Echo Chrono Break. And Crown explaining that says, it's really important to keep the opponent's health low and also just trade your ultimate whenever you can when you do have the advantage in lane, but because what's more important is the psychological pressure that you apply through that ultimate and through the threat of the ultimate. So Samsung Galaxy getting 3 wins in a row against Longzhu, KT, and after today, Kongdu Monster. What does Haru feel about their form so far? And he says, we have a good performance level right now, but we'll work hard and try to do better, show better. Meanwhile, Crown says, I don't think it's that good. We have a lot of mistakes, so we're going to fix those mistakes and make sure that we grow as soon as possible. And that seems to be it for the MVP interview.
Yeah, so I was doing a bit of calculation. That was Samsung's 10th win, and Crown has 1,000 MVP points.
There
so
it is.
every time they win, he gets an MVP. So, guys, we are going to be going to Game 1 of Rocks Tigers versus Afrika after about an hour. So join us then for the next series. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2017 LCK Spring Split here at SPO TV. My name is Valdez. Joining with me tonight is LS, as always. We're about to jump into the second series of the night. It will be the Rocks Tigers versus the Afreeca Freaks.
Yep, and the Rocks Tigers are going to want to try to find a way to secure themselves a win here. So far this season, their only series wins have been against the likes of Jin Air, Kongdu Monsters, and BBQ. Other than that, they've been really hard-pressed to come up with wins, although they have had a lot of shortcomings and 1-2 losses. But we'll see if anything interesting can get brought out tonight as the season is drawing to a close. We only have a few weeks left.
Yeah, Afreeca definitely one of these teams that is struggling to get as many wins as possible in an attempt to make it to the wild card. The upper mid part of the bracket is very competitive right now, so they can't really afford to take any losses. Even a game loss in a series could affect their position when compared to some of the other teams. So looking for the 2-0 tonight, just like Samsung was able to. By the way, it is Kuro's 4th anniversary. Shout out to him. We'll see if he can get the win on his anniversary day.
See how the picks and bans start off here for Rocks Tigers versus Afreeca. Right now they're highlighting the Rumble. There's Ilavuv.
With a cool haircut today. Cool hairstyle. Usually he goes for just his hair down. We're going to change things up.
LeBlanc being banned away by Afreeca. We are on 7.4, so this isn't the patch that broke LeBlanc's back just yet. Rocks now banning away Ash from Kramer. Afreeca bans Camille, and now Rocks with that final Malzahar ban from blue side. Don't want to give away the red side Malzahar. This is looking like it's going to set up for Graves to be first picked for Rocks.
As is the way of things nowadays. The days of first pick Rengar are gone.
Well, Graves found a cigar, so, oh.
Ooh.
Hovering Gragas.
Really? No, they switched to Rengar.
They heard us.
I'm going to prove that. Okay. It will be the Graves. Just trolling a bit or just thinking over their picks.
And so now Afreeca highlighting Nautilus. And what will they accompany that with? They could just get their jungler out of the way. Lulu gets locked in with the Nautilus, so a lot of synergy right there. Now it's handed back over to Rocks. They're highlighting a Shen right now. So we have to wonder if they're just going to go for some power picks early on and delay their bottom lane.
No.
Yeah, Yasuo's being highlighted.
Really? Mickey's giving us the yes as he bounces in his chair. It's not going to be Yasuo.
Gets swapped away from Yasuo, so it doesn't look like we're going to get anything too exciting. Yasuo is actually buffed in the following patch. Very slightly through the mastery changes, but other stuff as well. And now Afreeca, after Zyra was locked in for Rocks, now Afreeca is actually highlighting a Rengar, and that's a little bit counterproductive in a way. Rocks' team composition is already set up to be extremely effective against Afreeca's. A little curious to wonder why they would elect to pick Rengar there instead of something like Elise. Now Afreeca bans away Ahri, and Rocks looks like they're going to begin to target Kuro in the mid lane. Kuro's worst champion statistically so far this split, relative to the amount of games that he's played, is the Orianna, and it does look like Afreeca's team composition is setting up for an Orianna pick.
Definitely looks that way. Another thing we have to mention is that Mighty Bear is in the lineup here for Rocks. So hasn't had the best performance so far. We'll see if he can redeem himself tonight. Going up against a guy like Spirit. Does pick up the Graves. And there's that Rise. Looking to be banned here by Rocks. Once again targeting Kuro. Always got to target the guy who's on his anniversary.
So we'll see what Afreeca wants to do here. They need a mobile champion of some sorts, and there it is, the Ezreal. They can't have everything be just a frontline engage with a static backline like Jhin. But that does mean that now the Rocks Tigers, who they can be an immovable wall, they have the luxury of that defensive Shen, the fact that Graves is going to get out of control in extended fights. They easily can just turtle with the Jhin if they do elect to lock him in here for Songyun. Now we need to see what the final champion will be for the Tigers, and they're hovering Syndra. Hopes and dreams, Brendan. Just went down the toilet.
Well, I mean, it worked for Samsung.
Yeah. Well, the champion scales, the worse, or the bigger the gap between the teams, the better the champion is. But it's so no theme in the current meta that eventually it just hits a spike and she feels like she's on a timing. Yes, she deals abnormal amounts of damage, but if both teams are playing properly, it's going to be leaving much to be desired. There's a lot of other mid laners that they probably could have picked up in this spot. Could have even taken away the Orianna from Afreeca that you knew fit so perfectly into Afreeca's team composition. And so it's another, I don't even know what to say about it, the pick, but Orianna for Afreeca. So they have a very nice ball comp set up for them, and then with that highly flexible Ezreal, it's going to be very difficult to tie him down, and so he's going to be the real key to the puzzle in the extended fights, as he's going to be the one that can actually answer to Graves or Syndra and weasel his way into the backline eventually.
Barrier on Orianna, deciding against the exhaust. Just wants to eat the combo, probably build some magic resist too. Just sit on that.
We're about to jump into game number 2 here. We'll have one last look at the team compositions, but this is going to be a scaling versus burst type scenario where Shen, Graves, Syndra, Jhin, and Zyra will try to weather the storm of the mid game, and if they can do that, they'll probably get into a very good position. And on the flip side, Afreeca with the Nautilus, Rengar, Orianna, Ezreal, and Lulu. Again, they're going to be looking for a very big mid-game explosion, and the only out that they have is going to be inside of that Ezreal.
Well, we'll see if they can make it work here. You guys get one last look at the skins. Now we're going to jump into game number 1, Rocks Tigers versus the Afreeca Freaks.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I think Afreeca won that one. Generally, the team that's doing better in the split will have more fans at the studio.
미니언 생성까지 30초
Well,
남았습니다.
the Kongdu monster has left the building too, so that might be one of the main reasons the cheers were not as big. Again, if you're just joining us, it is the 4th anniversary for Kuro. That's a pretty big day for pro gamers. Most people don't even necessarily make it that long in esports, in Korea anyway.
Someone like Kuro
생성되었습니다.
has had a lot of success across the board. So it makes sense that he's been around for a long time. Generally, you don't quit while you're doing well. Very curious to see how Mighty Bear is going to do. I mean, he was essentially gifted the Graves with the first pick on blue side.
He certainly has the matchup in his favor. but it is a blue side Graves, and against the Nautilus up there, it's going to be a little bit difficult to coordinate ganks if he fails it early on. Once Nautilus gets 6, it'll prove to be very difficult to do anything, but I think that Mighty Bear does have the luxury of just being able to power farm, because again, the onus is on Spirit to somehow make stuff happen early on anyway, to accelerate his team into that mid game where they're going to be strongest.
I don't like using that Orianna skin because whenever the ball goes through minions, it sounds like a back ping.
What?
Confuses
Oh!
me. It does. Hold on. Wow, Kramer doing a ton of damage to Songyun, nearly forcing him back, but he actually, Kramer ate a turret shot. And so Songyun will stick around. No vision on Mighty Bear right now. They do drop down a ward into the Tri-Brush.
Really big victory, though, for Afreeca in bottom. And now we can see that Spirit is getting very low. He does manage to live. We don't get a peek at him, but you can see his HP bar. He's finally going to recall, and this is the timing where Mighty Bear now, he moves on to the left-hand side of his map, and this would be the perfect opportunity for him to clear out his jungle and attempt to gank top lane around level 4, level 5. And then after that, he's not going to have much success after it, but unfortunately for him, he's on a ward.
Perfect timing there from Marin to go in there, use the scrying plant, and spot him out. He knows the timings. Nice lock up here onto Kramer. Oh, and even eats that grenade. So now it's Kramer's pretty low, but then again, they still have 4 summoners compared to the 2 of Rocks, and he has both of them.
Meanwhile, in mid and top, not too much of a difference in CS. In bottom lane, though, that's really where Afreeca is getting pretty big advantage that is slowly mounting up. We'll just see what Kramer does on his recall here, if he just opts for a call or not. No, he just picks up the call, or the tier instead of the call.
Doesn't want to build that up fast. Taking a look in mid lane. Just Farm City right now. A bit of poke onto Kuro, but still has a biscuit. Still potion on Mickey. Pretty standard there for now. Up in top, I mean, as you were saying, there's some opportunity early on in the game for some ganks to come in, but once those guys get very tanky, it's really just going to be about teleport plays, Shy going for Stand Uniteds, stuff like that.
Basically, Shy's ultimate early on should most likely just be used defensively unless they're going to set up some sort of bottom lane play. But that would require Songyun and Key to also both be level 6. And so until then, I would just expect Mighty Bear to continuously power farm and look for opportunities on Spirit like this one.
And they do get that max range root. Overcomes Mickey. And Spirit actually flashes. Not sure if he had to do that. But either way, does survive. Spotted on a ward himself.
A little bit of an advantage picked up right there. Kramer and Tushin looking to roam mid lane maybe. But instead just find themselves a control ward, pick that up. That's all right, as they had the wave in a relatively good spot. They know that it's going to bounce back to them. They're going to be able to play defensive down there with that tier. Tushin taking quite a lot of damage right there, but Afreeca actually going to get a nice chunk of gold off those plants.
Wish we could get a look at mid lane right now. Mickey just hit 6, as did Kuro. And we do have Spirit making his way towards mid because Mickey on the Syndra, he's been pushing quite a bit. You can see Spirit looks like he was spotted on a ward though. Marin making his way down, just a little bit down the river. Looking for some action. Mighty Bear gonna be spotted here. Places his own ward.
Right now, Spirit has level 6, so if he's going to want to look to do something, he would probably want to do so soon, as Kuro, his mana is getting relatively low in mid, and if he uses too much more of it, he wouldn't have any available to him if Spirit wanted to come mid onto Mickey.
You can already see a bit of a CS gap beginning to form in the mid lane as Kuro, he's just being shoved in so hard, and as you were saying, it looks like he was saving a bit of his mana for a while, and he was losing out on some farm, but now he begins to try to farm a bit. Spirit's hanging around, but Mighty Bear is here as well.
The problem for Spirit right now is he has no intel on what lies on the other side of the river, and if you just look at the vision control on the minimap, if Spirit does commit onto Mickey and Mighty Bear would just be waiting in the fog of war, things would get absolutely horrible right now, especially because he doesn't have Flash available to him, and you also have to respect the Stand United from Shy. Things could get turned around very quickly, and that can easily be converted into either a lot of turret damage on mid-tier 1 or even a Mountain Drake capture.
And you can see that was definitely part of the reason why they were playing it a bit careful in mid. It seems like finally Kuro will be able to back, unless Mighty Bear wants to cancel it. Interesting, they keep him here.
It's a long wait.
Yeah.
Just wait a second. Just let it happen.
Oh,
Brendan.
let's wait like a minute for Orianna to come back mid.
You know, sometimes that's actually okay as a play because it's so bad it's good.
When you get to the highest level, you got to do stuff that they would never expect. Especially if they respect you. They're like, okay, they're good enough, they would never do a play like that.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a team in League of Legends history that's actually like won games like that pretty consistently? Where they just do like crazy dumb stuff and they just win over and over because of it? It's like, we're going to wait in this bush for like 2 minutes as a jungler, and they just get something, you know, a kill, and then they convert that into something bigger.
You know, not that they're bad by any means, but I mean, TSM used to find a lot of success in NA off waiting in Barren River. You know, and teams would come in without real reason to, and they would just die. But when you saw them do that at Worlds last year, it just wouldn't work. Not international competition. But sometimes you do need to do stuff like that, things that do seem illogical, and you know, when your opponents are giving you respect, then they won't assume that you'll make those plays, and that's why they'll end up working. But obviously you don't want to do that all the time. You want to find a good balance of when to do it.
So here we have Mighty Bear going for the Mountain Drake. This isn't necessarily a cheesy play. We've seen this happen before, especially because you could just dash the wall. So there you go, nicely done by Mighty Bear to pick up the first Drake of the game, and it is a Mountain Drake going over to the Rocks Tigers.
Really nice pickup for them. Certainly going to help with any Baron shredding later on. And they do have the triple, or well, they have 4 ranged champions, so that'll also help attacking and bringing down turrets.
Spirit's making his way bot, and there's a control ward in that brush. This bot lane for the Rocks Tigers could be in a bit of trouble. Now keep in mind, still the Stand United is available here from Shy to come on down. But Shy does not have his teleport, so Marin could respond with his teleport. They're waiting for this one. The Wild Growth comes out, but an immediate disengage from the Rocks Tigers. Nice response.
You see Spirit was a little bit desperate right there. As he went in, they did manage to get Songyun's flash and his heal, so it's not the worst. They only committed a Lulu ultimate to do that, so a little bit of a small victory there. Now Marin, though, in a little bit of danger in top. I don't think this dive should work.
They're going to try it, though. Well, kind of half-heartedly, not really. Shy just poking him a little bit.
I don't know why they're committing such an investment up in top lane. You're never really going to kill the Nautilus underneath the tower. Well, Mickey was able to shove in mid lane. You can see Kuro is preoccupied with that. And because Afreeca doesn't have an exact idea of where Mickey is, Marin had to be a little bit respectful.
Okay, Thrill of the Hunt coming in, and it seems like Afreeca may want to get onto this one, but Mighty Bear is able to recall in time. Shy is just fine. Kuro going to make his way down into mid lane once again. Nobula's onto Shy. He's able to taunt over the wall. Still no first blood in this game.
Almost 13 minutes in. Quite a CS deficit, though, down in bottom. A little bit surprised to see Kramer didn't pick up a call. When you know that your team composition is going to be having an explosive mid-game, you're going to be able to complete that right around the time that would be occurring. And so it's a little bit side extra gold that you can pick up for yourself.
He is making his way mid, and uh-oh, Tushin eating a bunch of damage, collateral damage, coming out from the Graves, forces the wild growth. But still no kill. Rock's coming on over to the blue. Kramer trying to make this a bit harder. It looks like he will, in fact, force Mighty Bear back. Orianna in the mid lane definitely needs that blue buff to keep up with the amount of pushing that Mickey is doing right now. And actually, look at this turret. It's getting quite low. Mighty Bear even rotating in, as they know that Spirit is over by that blue. Really trying to put the pressure on for that first blood turret.
Afreeca's going to need to do something soon if they want to stop this. It looks like Marin might have been wanting to come down mid lane, but opts out of it instead. And this means that mid turret is getting lower and lower with each wave that comes in. Without that blue buff, as you mentioned a second ago, Kuro going to be unable to do anything, and Spirit even has to take it.
Takes it away, and that's just so annoying. At least he does win the smite fight, so at least they keep it on their team. But definitely wanted to give that over to Orianna. I mean, look at this turret. Mickey just pushing this in so well. Kuro's been doing a good job of dodging all the stuns. But eventually that turret's going to go down if Kuro does not get some help in the mid lane. And here comes Marin. He is spotted.
Mickey now backing off. They have perfect vision so far this game for how mid lane is played out. It really has just enabled Mickey to keep playing forward and aggressively.
Here comes Marin. The flash forward, misses the dredge line. And Mickey just strolls out of that one, doesn't even use his ghost. Spirit even using Thrill of the Hunt, so lots of stuff blown on the side of Afreeca as they're looking for that first blood, but they can't seem to find it.
And with Kuro having to recall right here because he didn't have any mana remaining, we have to wonder if Rocks are going to be able to pick up the first blood turret, and it does look like that will be the case. Spirit gets here a little bit too late, and Mickey gets all that first blood gold to himself.
So definitely going to be an abnormal amount of damage coming out from the abnormally high damage Syndra.
Looks like Void Staff might even be the second item that Mickey wants to pick up. He'd only be a few minutes away from getting that as well. As CS this game has been fantastic. Has that first blood turret gold on him. Next dragon of the game coming up in 15 seconds is an Ocean Drake, so not the biggest of victories if either team does happen to capture that. But right now, Afreeca, they can't be feeling so great for a team composition that would have liked to get ahead early game and transition that into an explosive mid game. They haven't really done anything. And so when the mid game does end up breaking out in terms of team fights, Rock should be in a pretty comfortable position to win them handily.
We may have something forming here over towards the Drake. Uh-oh, Kuro in a bit of trouble. Does blow his flash and barrier to survive that one. Now there is going to be a big fight over here at this Drake. And actually, Mighty Bear will pick that up with the smite. Spirit did not have his smite ready. And everyone gets out alive at the same time. So Mighty Bear taking 2 dragons for his team, but here comes the big push onto Mickey. But nothing to come of it, as a nice stun on Takuro to prevent him from following up.
He did get the ghost out of Mickey, but that's not really too big of a victory when we also consider that with the dragon having just gone down about 30 seconds prior, it means that there's almost no incentive for either team to really look for a team fight at this point. Mickey's going to get handed blue again, and he's just going to continue his barrage of poke onto Kuro in mid, and that demands attention from Spirit. But Afreeca did just unlock their bottom lane. And so now Kramer and Tushin should be free to relieve some of that pressure from Kuro in mid.
Well, here comes Mighty Bear up top. Laying down a bit of damage onto Marin. Following this up, really wants to push him back. Mickey was making his way top too. So Marin is playing way, way back. Has to give up this turret to Rocks. Meanwhile, though, a big push down in bot lane for Afreeca. They're heading on towards this bottom tier 2. And with Spirit nearby, he's going in. Forces that exhaust out. No Deadly Flourish to follow up. And Spirit will get out alive.
Now Tushin and Kramer backing up.
See, Shy just used his teleport and then canceled it. He was trying to come in behind the other members, but I think they saw Orianna rotating down and they just did not want to go for it. So no teleport here for Shy.
He's not going to need it right now anyway, with the way that the map is. He would be comfortable to actually just go into bottom lane and just use his Stand United to join team fights if it gets to that stage. He has also itemized with Titanic Hydra as his first item. Probably wants to pick up some Ninja Tabbies quite soon. Doesn't really need to hold on to, or well, complete his magic resistance items too early, because he's just basically going to be tanking Rengar and Ezreal.
Look at this. Shy has been waiting in this brush for a long time. They may have assumed that he recalled. He has his flash ready, but you can see how safe Kramer is playing up here. So it seems like he's got a good idea. So nothing comes of it. The Baron is about to spawn. There hasn't been a single kill in this game. No first blood. 20 minutes in.
We're not going home tonight, Brendan. The game's going on for 60 minutes, and then we're going to have a pause.
It's just pretty unbelievable, like, especially with all the opportunity that both of these teams have to grab kills. And the amount of dragon fights. Okay, Mickey's like, no, that's mine, actually.
Speaking of grabbing things.
Yep. You just got to grab him by the red buff. I think a wise man said that one time.
Grab him by the red buff.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yep.
All right.
Big rotation as everybody on Rocks is moving down towards the bottom tier 1. Seems like that's potentially their next objective, although they hang towards mid if they can land the stun on Takuro. No dice. It's been pretty good about dodging all of that.
21 minutes in. The next dragon of the game is yet another Ocean Drake, so Summoner's Rift Gods are not too happy with either of these teams. Curtain call, though, we're finally going to get some action.
Kramer, I think he's in a bit of trouble. There is the flash taunt. Wild Growth, it's not going to matter. Collateral damage comes out. First blood goes over to Graves.
Nice pickup for the Rocks Tigers, and with the position of that wave up in top lane, they're in a really good spot to draw attention up to top and pull Afreeca away from mid and bottom. should even be able to actually get this turret here. Remember, they have the Mountain Drake.
Oh, big shockwave. Mickey getting quite low in the back. He's forced to flash away. Zyra ultimate comes out to get everybody out of that fight and just disengage. That's a turret going over to ROX Tigers there, a tier 2 up in top lane.
Now ROX are backing up, they're recalling. You see pings actually going down onto Ocean Drake, and certainly don't want to let a team get 2 of them for free. That regeneration can actually be influential to Baron dances later down the line. Let's take another quick look at this replay. You see the Stand United actually comes in onto Mighty Bear, and it enabled Shy to get into position onto Kramer. The current call damage coming out, doing a lot, and that lets them pick up the first blood. And now Afreeca in position to actually get the Ocean Drake, but if a team fight were to break out right now, yes, Shy doesn't have the Stand United. He does have his teleport, but Afreeca
Trying to go for this one, and he gets it! Wins the smite fight against Spirit, and he will be forced to flash here. He goes for it pretty late, but they actually bait Spirit in. Mighty Bear will pay for it with his life. Nice True Shot barrage out of Kramer to make the best of that situation.
And the only reason that that just happened is Mighty Bear was waiting for his quick draw to come back up so he could have conserved his flash, but because he wasn't able to get it up in time, he waited a little bit too long, took too much damage, and it was a really nice snipe by Kramer right at the end.
The push continues, getting half the turret damage in mid. The ROX Tigers look like the dominant team tonight. Wasn't expecting this. As I said before, Afreeca definitely needs these wins.
We'll see this. Mighty Bear hops over the wall, gets the smite, and then he's trying to wait for a Z. He doesn't quite get it. You see auto attack Spirit trying to reduce that cooldown, and then Kramer finally picks him up. Meanwhile, in live, we are having a team fight.
No lock up there with the Deadly Flourish, but here comes the curtain call. Kramer will get taunted, and that's going to be another death for him. Even on that slippery Ezreal, that's the second time he's got caught.
Now ROX could consider a Baron, but looks like they're all choosing to recall instead. They don't want to potentially just throw away the lead right now. They know that they're in a very good spot. Afreeca really needs to figure out some way to come up with an answer. And it's probably going to be via some sort of a Rengar pick, but if things keep going the way that they are, things don't look so great. So you see the replay here. Marin ends up getting the turret, but he almost pays for it with his life, and you can see Kramer almost able to get in there, dish out a ton of damage onto Songyun and Mickey, but eventually gets locked up by Shy. The curtain call helping aid with some damage right there. Gold lead now about 3,000 in favor of ROX Tigers. Mickey stealing yet another red buff. And it actually does go over to Songyun, so that's the best target for it. This is what we came for, Brendan, right here.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious. Well, hey. We need a little bit more of that. This Observer doesn't know. He doesn't get it. Our desires are a little bit unconventional, but...
True.
50 depths of gray down here. Here we go. Here we go, Brendan.
Give it to us, Marin. At least these guys have items that they can use to fight. That Tank Echo from the other game. Yeah. Not the best. Either way, Tushin is going to be slowed up, forced to flash. Can he dodge the fourth shot? Yes, just barely. Whimsy helping out, but they are going to transition into a big push mid, and there's no one here to defend except, I guess, Ezreal, but that's shouldn't be enough eventually, although they do clear out the wave with the True Shot barrage.
Managed to hold on to their turret for, oh, this is it. God, they're teasing us. That's what's going on. Oh,
Oh, here we go.
here we go.
Great.
Just let it happen. They're good at this.
Afrika's trying to get in on the fun. Oh, nice dredge line, and Shy might be in a bit of trouble. Still has his flash. There it comes. Depth charge coming in, though, and with how much mobility Kramer has on the Ezreal, can he get on top of it? He aircane shifts forward and lands another Mystic shot. Will pick up a kill, making up for a couple of his deaths that he got earlier on. Meanwhile, Spirit in a bit of trouble, does get out. Shockwave burned.
So while they did manage to pick themselves up a kill and they did put it onto Kramer, some stuff did go awry in mid lane. Dragon coming up in a minute, or a little bit over a minute. It's a Mountain Drake, so you know that both teams are going to be very interested in capturing that. Looks like Afreeca might actually be able to get a decent chunk of turret. Actually, Marin should be able to get the turret with that Iceborne Gauntlet. Yeah, no one's going to be able to defend that. So this is going to be actually a very nice pickup for Afreeca. And it's all off the back of that kill onto Shy.
Yeah, it's really huge. They do pick up that turret. Two-shot barrage went down on blue. Okay, I thought maybe he would have stolen it, but it's not even respawned yet. So.
And so now Marin recalling before the upcoming Dragon team fight. Songyun pushing out the wave and Mickey gonna shove in mid lane, and they're doing this to make sure that both mid and bottom lane are dark when the Dragon spawns. So even if the team fight goes bad, or if there's a stalemate, there's nothing else that Afreeca can use to really skew the Rox Tigers.
Oh, here we go. Marin coming in. And Thrill of the Hunt used. They are on the chase. But with that mid-tier 1 still available, everybody from Rox gets back to safety. The question is, do they open up enough room to get this Mountain Drake? Meanwhile, everybody on Rox Tigers is going right for the Baron. Immediately, Afreeca is going to bring everybody but Ezreal. And now, it looks like actually Kramer is going to stay to finish that Mountain Drake. And he might be a little bit slow. He didn't even finish that Mountain Drake. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. A little bit early. Does a bit of damage. Can they get in there and steal it? No! Shen able to pick it up. Kuro disappears. And all of a sudden, everybody on Afreeca is running away. Depth Charge comes out, but Marin can't stick around. There's not enough damage. That's 2 kills right now. They might be able to pick up another one. A taunt onto Tushin. They make that 3. 3 kills, and the Baron goes to the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and a little bit of indecisiveness from Kramer and Afreeca as a whole leads to this game getting blown wide open. And now with every lane being pretty good for Rox, they're definitely going to try to pick up an inhibitor here. Should be able to do it. They have that Mountain Drake and the Baron minions.
Yeah, should be at least 1 inhibitor. And look at that damage that Mickey is doing. Even to Marin, the tankiest guy on Afreeca's lineup, he just cannot stick around. That's at least 1 inhibitor. They're going for a second one. Close stun there on Kramer. Looks like they're just going to go for the turret and back off.
The game just got completely flipped upside down. They're going to Baron Enhanced Recall, run to that Mountain Drake. You can see Spirit already pathing his way down there. Kuro probably asking himself if he can finally have a blue buff. And here's the team fight that unfolds, and we can see the Baron ends up going down to Shy. Spirit wasn't even in range for a smite anyway, but team fight breaks out, and Afreeca just doesn't quite have the ammo, and they're so reliant on their combos that when they don't have it inside of a scattered fight, a 3v3 or anything, just not going to really go that great. And now when we come back to live, Rox are actually the ones that are in position for the Drake.
I have to say, this kind of looks like the Afreeca that we saw early on in the split, where they just did not look like a team that had played a lot together. They looked kind of discombobulated. not really all on the same page. And we saw what was happening at the Mountain Drake where everybody's leaving but kind of slow, and then Kramer sticks around alone. They're like, oh, we'll just leave you here alone. And maybe you could take it out and then we can stop the Baron too. No, of course that's not going to happen. And Rocks, they're having a great game. They're taking very much advantage of the so far not so solid game of Afreeca. And as I said before, Afreeca, they need these wins. They can't afford to give away indicator points or just wins in series even. They're going to lock up Mickey here with that Zhonya's. He will stand around for a long time. Down he does go, though. Shockwave. Marn getting a bit low. Shy able to save Songyun, but double kill going over to Kramer. Afreeca, they're getting angry. They want some revenge here. Kramer wants to carry the team on his back.
Huge.
Can he do it? He will be able to pick up another kill.
Oh,
is he done there? Is he done yet? Key on the run too, trying to use that Baron enhanced recall, but a ward to spot him.
He's trying to tell this bear winter's over. Kramer's hunting down Mighty Bear.
Finally let him go. Poor Key. Doesn't even have level 2 boots.
Well, and suddenly Afreeca, with a really well-coordinated fight, they lost the inhibitor, but they turned everything around. So here, welcome to Toontown.
Pretty much, man.
An LCK Spring. We'll take another look at Toon World right here. So right here, Mickey basically just gets completely womboed, and this is what they needed way earlier on. The Zhonya's does stall a little bit. The ultimate Stand United came out onto Songyun because Shy wants to make sure that he can get into this fight. Kramer, though, as I mentioned earlier, he's able to get into the backline, and he's so slippery that you can't really hold him down. And so if your front line gets deleted, or if they manage to get into you, you're not really going to have a way to constantly peel and then handle the Ezreal in extended trade. So now Rocks are going to have to reset a little bit, let the super minions do work, and then take the game a little bit slow. They can't get caught out like that, or Afreeca does still have a legitimate chance of winning team fights and getting back in this game.
Yeah, very true. They do have a chance. Now, Rocks Tigers are still ahead by about 5,000 gold, but some plays could definitely bring Afreeca back into this one. The teleport coming on in. He's going to run right into Shy. Good response here from Rocks. Shy just trying to lock up Marin, not allow him to get close to his teammates. So teleport and throw of the hunt used, and no kills for Afreeca.
Well, Spirit's ultimate is a pretty vital part to their engage. And so without it, they're going to be definitely hard-pressed to find a way in onto Mickey or Songyun. And with Shy actually present here at the fight, it's going to be even more difficult.
Look at this. Marin's looking to come from behind. He is spotted immediately. The depth charge onto Key. Kind of a funny target there. Can they even lock him up? No, Marin is getting burst down in the front. Forced to back off. Oh, nice shockwave though. Mickey getting quite low. Here's the curtain call. Spirit on the run. Fourth shot is going to hit him. Does have that Guardian Angel still. Deadly Flourish not going to do it, but look at the base. Look at how many super minions are coming in there. That's easily going to be at least the tier 2 turret here as Rocks pushes onto the third inhibitor turret.
Definitely going to be able to raise this so quickly. Double Mountain Drake. Now, interestingly, this is actually the part where the Double Ocean does come into effect. And Kramer, he's trying to do his best to dish out as much damage and try to look for a fight, but can't quite do it. He's not a one-man army, although he's tried to be so far this game. And now Baron coming up in just under a minute, and then after that is going to be Elder Drake. So there's still 2 potential decisive fights remaining in this game. The inhibitors are going to spawn again for Afreeca, which, fortunately for them, they needed at this point. However, with only 1 Nexus turret remaining, bottom lane can't be ignored, and Marin doesn't have teleport.
Definitely stuck in a rough spot right now is Afreeca. Kramer looking to put the team on his back. Red buff would definitely help with that. Spirit's like, no, it's mine. Sorry. Not going to allow you to carry this one. Stun landed onto Marin. And actually, look at the amount of damage that comes out onto Mickey. Depth charge, too. He's going to be out of this one for a bit. Spirit looking to come in from the left side. Looking to jump in onto Mighty Bear. There's the shockwave. Stand United comes out onto Mighty Bear. He stays alive, as does everyone else on Rocks. Here comes the curtain call. Martin should be able to block all of these. Looks like Spirit's going to eat a bunch of them, but a bunch of low members on Rocks. But Afreeca eating some damage as they move over towards Baron.
An Ocean Drake, though, that they have, that is going to actually start ticking.
Yeah, the double Ocean Drake. And this is kind of a weird spot. So much damage coming out. Shy from the right side. Mighty Bear picks up the kill and the dragon, or rather the Baron. Spirit has to flash away, but now everybody on Afreeca is on the run. And that could just be game here. Shy looking to teleport towards bottom lane, and a huge play by Mighty Bear again.
Mighty Bear coming up big for the Rocks Tigers in this game multiple times with huge smite fight victories over Spirit. Now Kramer casts a true shot barrage. Shy taunting him a little bit. Now they're going to get the Nexus, but Kramer, he almost actually managed to kill Songyun, so actually the joke's on him.
Yeah, very, very close. It's going to be game one going over to the Rocks Tigers. Extremely happy everyone in that booth is, and quite a nice game that they played.
Rocks Tigers definitely a lot cleaner than Afreeca in this game, and the real problem came from the deficit in mid demanded so much attention, and the amount of pressure that Mickey was able to create with the assistance of Mighty Bear's roots early on just made it so that Afreeca could never really stabilize at the specific part of the game where they needed to. And then follow that up with two of the worst macro calls I've seen in LCK Spring, and it ends up leading to this result. And that Baron call right at the very end as well was just very bizarre, because you can't assume to burst that down. And when you factor in the Ocean Drakes and the fact that the enemy team is right there, I can't know what they were hoping to accomplish.
Right there and like poking them as they're running to the Baron. They're very much aware that they're moving towards the Baron. So one last look at the fight.
Yeah, and you can see even before the actual fight takes place, just the HP value for both of the teams is just so bad. And when Afreeca, when you consider that, again, they're combo reliant and they don't have the spells that they need or the summoners, nothing is ever going to go well here. And let's say that they get forced out of Baron. Let's say they get the Baron. They can't actually make it out alive at that point.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate play there. You can see just a pretty messy game from Afreeca. We'll see if they can turn it around going into game two. Guys, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with the analyst desk in between games. Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. We're going to find out what happened in game 1. Her mic isn't working. Oh, no.
There it is. There, she got it. She got it in the end. And,
The mic is surprised.
well,
By-
she was surprised. She's saying she was surprised that her microphone wasn't working.
The mic is surprised, too. That's why it wasn't working. It was
Me
shocked.
too. It's that moment where you see the mouth moving, but nothing's coming through, and you wonder, something wrong, but nothing went wrong for Rocks Tigers that game. As Mighty Bear having a great game, securing everything, I believe. Every
I
single
wonder who the
objective that he had.
MVP is.
But it looks like we're going to take a look at the match summary screen now. And there it is. 4 Dragons, 2 Barons.
And Graves.
That's right.
Graves is pretty good.
Mighty Bear's pretty good.
Yeah.
My voice cracked. But it's okay.
He was really good at just, playing the Graves in general.
Yeah.
It's top tier, the best jungler in the game right now, and he
Meanwhile,
looks very
Kramer
practiced on it.
putting up the numbers, and I think he was actually a shining spot for Afrika Freaks in that game as well. Heading into these last couple of weeks, Ghost has been playing well for BBQ, but Kramer, another AD carry that has been stepping it up, I feel. His form's been very admirable recent games. So right off the top, Captain Jack saying, again, Afrika's bottom lane played pretty well, but the Rocks Tigers showing some good macro play with setting up correct vision, making the right decisions, and Mighty Bear, of course. You know what? From now on, I think I'll call him Smitey Bear.
Smitey Bear.
There it
that
is.
works. Yeah, it does.
And again, Kanata saying that the vision control is what stood out to him the most. It's almost perfect. So let's continue this discussion while watching the highlights from set 1. So I think this happened a couple of times in the top lane where Kramer just got picked off, and of course, not just to fault him as an individual, but as on a team level, Afrika Freaks being a little bit too greedy for that tower. And of course, I feel like we're gonna have a series of Smite highlights from Smitey Bear. And this was when the Rocks Tigers just made the decision to ignore the Mountain Dragon and go for a Baron.
And look at Kuro even throwing the ball onto him, saying like, okay, let's go, I'll give you the speed buff, and Kramer stays.
Not to complain, but I really wanted to see the Rocks Tigers leaving the scene, They looked so decisive. They looked at it and they said, oh, okay, let's just take the Baron. And made the Afrika Freaks look like an amateur team or something. I mean, it looks so easy. And again, here, maybe the, sides are different, but again, just a super easy Baron secure and a terrible choice to attempt to make by the Afrika Freaks.
Well, they paid for it.
And in conclusion, a very straightforward game, a very one-sided game coming in for the Rocks Tigers. While Kanata making a point that he really liked the discipline or the defense of the Rocks Tigers, I believe, saying that, you can't just have aggression to be more than a middle table team. But speaking of aggression, looks like we're going to take a look at the MVP.
We're going to take a look at Smitey Bear. Okay, It's
Oh?
Mickey.
The MVP gods have not smiled down upon you, Valdez.
I mean,
Don't worry, I know how it feels.
He put so much pressure on in the mid lane, and he did really just overall win his lane pretty hard. And
That's right.
that is what gave the Rocks Tigers a decent, tempo advantage going into the mid game.
And 90% kill contribution definitely makes a strong case But what I'm looking at is the 700 MVP points that Mickey has racked up. It feels like the players that have gotten MVPs just continue to build those points.
Makes sense.
But as expected, everyone's saying that the Afreeca Freaks needs a change in mindset. They need to change something about their philosophy going into the second set. And Kanata's saying, especially so because we saw a different Rocks tier today, right? Not just pure aggression, but a lot of great macro as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be back in about 2 minutes with Game 2 of Rocks Tigers versus Afreeca. Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring. And Valdez with me is LS. We're in the midst of Rocks Tigers versus the Afreeca Freaks. And if you missed game 1, you missed Mickey dominating mid lane. And the Rocks Tigers looking more together as a team than I've ever seen. And Afreeca kind of looking like their old selves.
Yep, and last game, Rocks had a very impressive performance. Mickey should be able to feel very good with himself. He created enormous amounts of pressure that Afreeca could not really deal with. Spirit staying in here for game number 2. I'm actually surprised that Mowgli doesn't come in.
I am too. Spirit did not have the best game. Although, to be fair, it was another one of those games where your mid lane gets pushed in and you're under a ton of pressure.
One might be wondering that Rocks just took Spirit, so he's staying to get it back, Brendan. I think that's what.
So, someone requested 2 minutes for strategic discussion. This guy came from Ulsan to watch Shy. Fan of 5 years.
Has Shy been in the pro scene that long?
Yeah.
Well, then Kuro's 4-year anniversary doesn't matter. You know what? I mean, like, Brendan, I just to get these posters out of my face.
We did receive rice cakes for his 4th anniversary. LS, he loves the rice cakes.
No, I
In
don't.
fact, I'm going to give it to him.
They're
Just because I'm
actually-
such a good friend.
No.
You can take it home.
No.
Just eat those.
That's like, eating the rice cakes is like eating pizza with pineapple on it. Like, you just don't do
That's
that.
awesome. I love pizza with pineapple.
This is coming from a guy that didn't know cotton candy was an ice cream flavor, so I don't think that really your words hold much merit.
Just because I'm not knowledgeable
You know
about
what?
certain
How about
ice
we
cream
just
flavors.
jump into pickin' bands?
All right.
All right, you don't know about ice cream, and here we go. You ready?
All right. Give it to me.
All right, Malzahar for Afrika on blue side because they're not like the Rocks Tigers. They don't do that. Oh,
Yeah.
and now we're gonna have. Oh well.
Well,
Before I could say
okay.
anything. All right, it's over.
Yeah, it
It's
took- it
ruined.
took you
No
by
prophecy.
surprise.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Afrika though, they're gonna ban Rengar. There we go. I got that one. I don't know what Rocks do here. Maybe they do Camille or they just get Varus out of the way right now. One of the two. And remember, it's 7.4, so Rocks are gonna ban LeBlanc last.
Does that mean we potentially... Okay.
Oh.
Afrika making it easy for them.
And that always just strikes me as very bizarre when you probably know that the opposing team would ban it anyway. I don't feel like there's a mind game really at play here, but nonetheless, it is banned away, and that does throw a curveball Rox's way.
Are they thinking about banning Graves? Okay. There you go. Taking away that Varus.
So they keep the bans normal, and I think that, yeah, you're right, that Rox was entertaining banning Graves. So now Afrika is going to pick that up right away. And Rox probably... Yeah, oh, there's Ash, actually.
They banned it in game 1.
Yeah. Gonna want to get something to complement that here, possibly. You don't need to pick the jungler yet. You can wait for a little bit more intel. Could just pick one of the supports to conceal stuff. And as I say that, Rox now highlights Elise. And what I mean is that you can easily just pick a support here, let Afrika choose their next 2 champions, and
Yeah.
then pick Elise.
You're not going to have Elise taken away. Whereas you could have the support taken away right now by Afrika.
See how Afrika wants to respond to this. Looks like a Jhin hover right now. Probably should be accompanied with Karma, but then Rox would probably be able to go Lulu. If that's the case. Lulu would have a little bit of synergy with the Elise. And then Afrika is probably going to actually have to target bans onto Shen in the second ban phase, because that would also then be setting up for Shen to be picked for Shy up in top lane. And then in mid lane, actually, their comp would then set up actually for an Orianna pick, if they would choose to do that. So there's the Lulu.
What'll it be for the Rocks Tigers?
Rocks at this point probably just want to target top laners, get it off or away from the Shen, and Afrika should make sure that they take the Shen away. I don't think that it's really useful targeting Mickey. He has shown that he's not unwilling, but he's definitely, well, not just him, but Rocks, they can deviate from the norm and the logical approach to things. Syndra being banned away, and here comes the second ban of Maokai, and this is signaling a Shen, and Afrika should be able to read this for what it is.
Let's see it, Afrika. Ban the Shen. I feel like giving orders to the teams hasn't worked in the past. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a Renekton that gets banned here. What do you think about that?
Well, the Renekton ban doesn't make a ton of sense unless they have a little bit of a read on what Rocks would be wanting to do from this point in the draft.
I think Shai's played it before, so maybe a bit of that going on.
Interesting that they get the Taliyah out of the way. So Mickey's going to be on that, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does with that as opposed to the Syndra. It looks like actually the Taliyah could have had purpose here as a preemptive pick, as she does do well into the Aurelion Soul. If Kuro would have wanted to have taken that up, but instead, Kramer locking in the Cassiopeia for Kuro. Now the final pick for Afreeca. What's it gonna be? And they're highlighting Kennen. It's probably gonna be on-hit Kennen. Marin is the person that did debut that in LCK, and with Taliyah being basically the daughter of Twisted Fate, with how she moves around the map, I mean, this is setting up for a Shen. We have a lot of playmaking potential in bottom lane.
Jeez, it's been a while.
Yeah, that might be Jace up in the top lane. Way back in the day, Shai used to be one of the best Jace players in the world, and Jace is a pick that has fallen out of the meta up in top lane, but he still does get picked from time to time in Korean solo queue. And this is probably a pick that Afreeca was not expecting to come out, and the look on Marin's face does not seem so exciting.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting that Shen to come through and preemptively picked the Kennen.
Yep.
And so Rox just threw him a curveball, like, okay, all right, we'll have a bit of a knife fight up in top. Kennen versus Jace.
And, well, these team compositions are interesting. Afreeca, this is the most aggressive of aggressive. There is no coming back from a comp like this. You either get ahead or you fall behind. There is no in-between.
They're going all in.
They're all in, man.
Yeah.
They are completely all in. So, Rocks, I mean, they have the luxury of having the insurance policy. The longer that the game goes, the better it's going to get for them. We're going to take one last look at the team compositions. Kennen, Graves, Cassiopeia, Jhin, and Karma. Lots of early game pressure potential and big mid game. And on the flip side for Rocks Tigers, Jace, Elise, Taliyah, Ashe, and Lulu. Lots of playmaking ability and definitely a lot of strength at level 6 for that team.
We'll see how this goes down. Is the Rocks Tigers going to be able to take the 2-0, or can Afreeca pull it back?
소환사의 협곡에 오신
Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
I just looked out into the audience, and I have to say that it's like a 20-to-1 female to male ratio for the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah.
생성까지 30초
Yes.
남았습니다.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
that's-
it's not too different on the other side. It's like 10-to-1.
yeah, it's like 10-to-1 on the other side.
Yeah.
Not super bad. Well, here we are in this game, and both teams so far just fanning out, nothing too exciting. To kick these things off.
Yeah, no invades. Very excited to see this top lane. Shai and Marin going head-to-head on two aggressive champions. Not what we were expecting in the land of tank tops.
And it's going to be a Raptor Camp start for Mighty Bear. Not the best of leashes that he maybe could have hoped for. Nonetheless, he will be starting then. We'll see how both of these junglers choose to play it out, you'll notice that there are the 2 wards in right side river that would shut down any shenanigans that could have came out of Spirit. Nice poke
Oh, yeah.
by Songyun and Ki.
Well, they won that first fight. You see no biscuits here for Ash. Went for a different mastery. Don't see that all too often.
And right now, if we look at this, the problem for Spirit is he immediately chose to path onto the left-hand side of the map. He neglected getting his golems, and what that's going to mean is that he's not really going to have an opening up in top, and if Marin keeps playing the lane the way that he is, then it's going to be unlikely that Spirit can find any way to gank Shy.
You see the timing on that hawk shot too. Songyun going it right at level 2 and spots exactly where Spirit is.
And at this level of play, Hawkshot is actually a busted ability in a lot of ways. The amount of information that is granted by it is just unreal. It allows you to basically play with map hacks for the early part of the game.
Yep.
And it's very difficult with junglers ever since the jungle changes to really be able to play around that effectively.
It's very interesting too because some teams don't ban it, don't pick it. They're just like, no, we'd rather something else. You know, Ezreal being very popular. Well, hold that thought. Level 3 Shy now as they dive coming into top lane and so much damage coming out. First blood very easily going over to the Afreeca Freaks in the top lane.
It's a really nice wraparound, and it's very surprising that Shy didn't have any inclination of that coming. And he might just die again.
He doesn't have flash this time. So if they can line this one up, there it is. Oh boy, I think Marin messed that one up a little bit. Goes in too early and forced to flash away. So they do not find a follow-up kill.
Marin has to hope he doesn't get stopped right here, and he doesn't. So he is going to have his teleport available, and with how healthy Spirit is, you have to wonder if Spirit just would come immediately back up to top lane. The 2 junglers actually passing right by each other, but aren't aware of it.
Mighty Bear's hitting top. There's no ward right now. Marin could be in a bit of trouble. Uh-oh, there's the cocoon, and so much burst damage comes out. No flash on him. Easy repel, and a kill going over to the Rox Tigers onto Mighty Bear.
It's a really huge pickup, and that's actually a lot stronger of a gain for Rox than it was for Afreeca, because look at all these minions that now Marin is guaranteed to lose, that Shy didn't have to lose out on that experience before. And now just the position of the lane is also going to be favorable for Shy, and so there's a lot more at play than the previous gank that occurred up in top lane. Lots of poke continuing to come out here in bottom lane.
Yeah, the Ash Lulu seeming to have the advantage down there in bot. Working that pretty well. See that Marin still has the CS advantage up on top.
Map hack comes out once again. Able to find Spirit.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before that first blood. It's just some teams prioritize the ass pick so much, whereas other teams just kind of ignore it.
Also interesting to note that, you know, remember, Infernal Drake is the first Drake of the game. And when you have that Jace and that Ashe, that's something that you definitely want to pick up. But on the flip side as well, I mean, the Kennen definitely benefits because he's going to be going on hit. So any, you know, AD boost to his stats is going to be very good. And you have the Graves, the Jhin. Both teams definitely going to want that. And it looks like Mighty Bear is actually setting up or perhaps anticipating that Spirit would have come top lane, but doesn't really find anything.
pretty even in the mid lane so far. It looks like Mickey has a very... Well, actually, I think it's going to be exactly even once he picks up all those minions. Yep, 58 to 58. So not too much excitement in the mid lane so far.
This game is a little bit passive right now. Red buff up for both junglers. But it looks like Mighty Bear is a little bit more concerned with getting some vision down. Tushin, not the best mantra Q.
Yeah.
Mighty Bear might even want to look for a gank up in top lane, and he can get away with this because you have to assume that Spirit would be preoccupied with his red.
Speaking of preoccupied, he is preoccupied with the Drake, and it looks like he wants to do the same thing that Mighty Bear did to his team last game. But it seems like he's having a little bit more trouble with this one. He's going to call over Tushin, and they should be able to get this one, although it seems like the bot lane will know, but they're really looking for something up in top lane. Marin could be in a lot of trouble here. Here's the Weaver's wall, and no flash right now for Marin. He's trying to lock down Shy, and he is not getting out of this one. Does not get the kill onto Shy. A nice play up in top.
So they trade Infernal Drake, and they get the kill onto Marin. He almost has teleport, but it looks like they're going to get first blood turret of the game, potentially. It might be a little bit of a race, but Rocks are clearly ahead on it. All in all, though, I would have to say that this is a better trade for Afreeca. The Infernal Drake is bound to just continue scaling, and yeah, that first blood gold is nice, but it's not the end of the world. And this is a very bizarre handshake that I see teams do all the time, and it's really difficult to make an argument in favor of the team that gets the kill in the turret. Dragon is so much more valuable.
You see they even are able to get the blue buff over to Kuro in the mid lane. Able to feed that one over as just Mighty Bear was very preoccupied up on top and then recalled, went over to his red. So, interesting spot in the game where you can see that the Tigers are ahead in gold, but the Infernal Drake definitely going to pay dividends, especially as we go later on.
Now, a little bit of a assault on the mid-tier 1 turret here by Rocks. Just trying to create pressure. They need to wait for Marin to bounce the wave back up in top.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing that one in. And Mighty Bear looking for a pick perhaps on a Kramer, walking through the dark jungle alone. And down he goes. Pretty unfortunate there, just walking through with no vision. Did not know what he was getting himself into.
And now Kuro just trying to stabilize mid lane.
Yep. 100 CS hit here for Sangyun. They're pushing that
10
one
minutes. He's on pace with that CS. And right now, they're forced to back off a little bit. Spirit making his way down. The game enters into a little bit of a lull. And Shy and Marin both have teleport, so it looks like Rocks maybe want to do something down here in bottom. They do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yes, they do.
And all that they actually have to do is they can just dance around bottom right now. And it's like, I mean, they're pulling all this attention down here, and that means that Shy is getting a ton of farm up in top lane. He's shoving that wave back in. He might be able to get some decent turret damage down with this wave before Marin can get there. Looks like the wave will get to hit the turret a little bit. And it's always nice to get damage onto a top tier 2 turret, whether you're blue side or red side, because normally those are luxury turrets. You don't ever really get to capture them until very late in the game.
Look at this, here we go. Teleport coming in from Shy. Spotted out. Kramer is sticking around though, as Spirit makes his way down into bottom lane. But that is going to be the first turret in the bot lane going down.
Not the most efficient use of teleport. Hold Shy down to bottom, but didn't really do anything beyond that. So Afreeca does have some outplay potential with the teleport they have available on Marin, although again, it is on hit Kennen, so it's not like he just teleports in, flashes, and goes for a slicing Maelstrom for some sort of sick engage.
I miss those days. I actually prefer that kind of Kennen, just in terms of
Excitement.
excitement, yeah.
They have Songyun now up in top lane. And really, there's no objective that's going to be coming up anytime soon. I mean, Ocean Drake is coming up, and again, it's not the, the most enticing dragon to capture.
Well, Rock Tigers have certainly liked those Ocean Drakes so far. They were able to pick up 2 in the last game. Blue Side Graves helping them out a little bit with that. We're only 13 minutes in. It feels like we are a little bit longer, as there has been a lot more action so far in this game compared to game 1, where First Blood came at 20 minutes, or after 20 minutes, like 21 minutes.
Interesting to note as well, by the way, that Shy has opted out of a tier and instead just goes immediately into the lethality. And so he's going to hit like a truck later on, as none of these champions are going to be itemizing armor. And Spirit didn't get the memo that Ninja Tabi is a very fun item for all involved. He actually opts for Berserker Greaves, which is very surprising. I don't know if anyone's told you, Brendan, but those boots are not balanced.
Yes.
They're not balanced by any means.
Yes, I'm aware.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want me to
I
tell you
got
about Ninja Tabis?
it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you want me to tell
I need a little refresher, yeah.
For a little bit of gold, you can get an armor boot that then reduces damage of on-hit effects. Feels nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Until you play against it. Then it feels bad.
As an auto-attacking champion.
As an auto-attack-based champion.
Oh, this is pretty good. I like it.
No one likes it, Brendan. That's
Well, I
the
mean,
point.
I only really play AP mids, so I don't really I don't really feel the effects, but it's okay. Look at this. We might see a wall here in mid, and oh, they're gonna line that up with the arrow, and Kuro is forced to flash the wall. Actually, nice escape as no damage follow-up. Especially with everything used here, they might open up the mid turret though with that play. Here comes the curtain call, and oh, maybe they've stayed a little bit too long. The teleport coming in from behind as Marin looks to make his way in, but actually denied by Shy. So Rock Tigers do get away alive and really chip down that mid-tier 1.
Well, they managed to stabilize for a little bit right now, but again, I mean, the problem is that Afreeca, yet again, they're behind with a team composition that was meant to be ahead. So they don't have an insurance policy going to the mid. We're going to take a look at the replay. The Weaver's Wall comes out, actually knocks Kuro right back in. Thought he was going to get out, not today. And then the Rock Tigers turn their attention towards trying to dish out a ton of damage onto that turret. Almost end up getting it, but not quite. And it looks like Marin can't even make up his mind on what he wants to do with his itemization. He picked up the recurve bow, then he went, and it looks like he's going to itemize into Frozen Mallet. And what will he do next, Brendan? He's actually just going to sell his refillable potion and pick up another recurve bow.
That wood tier itemization.
It's going to end up looking like CLG EU Wicked when he just gets 4 recipe items to major core items. He doesn't build them into anything. Blast from the past.
And then you just build everything at the same time. I mean, it feels good. Not
No,
when
it
you're
doesn't.
playing.
No, it
When you
doesn't.
make the items, though,
Brendan,
it feels
stop
good.
lying.
When you make the items.
Stop lying.
Like when you complete 3 items
Brendan?
at the same time, that's fantastic.
Brendan. Not today.
Yo, what's up? Oh, arrow sails wide. Okay, another wall coming through. Everybody makes it behind it this time. Seems like Afreeca's very much aware of all the tools that Rox has to their team, but at the same time, you know, the tools are working out well. Tushin gets chunked. Everybody has to back off. And another turret goes over to the Rox Tigers. Now 3 turrets to 1.
Well, they're in a very good position right now. And it looks like actually Curtain Call.
Okay, Mickey's going to be locked down, even with the flash. The 4th shot is going to kill him. Cleans him up. Uh-oh, Mighty Bear going on in. Look at that burst damage coming out from the Elise. And does not commit. Spirit and Kramer coming to the defense of Marin just in time.
Mighty Bear underestimating the tankiness of Marin on that cannon. Not quite able to pick him up, and now Afreeca bouncing back in that gold score at the top. And I mean, if they're within 1K, 2K gold, I mean, it's almost like the gold gap is not there when you factor in the Infernal Drake. You see Mickey trying to run up here into top lane, and then Marin comes in with him slicing Maelstrom Curtain Call. He gets sent back to Disneyland. Mighty Bear tried to come up to avenge him, but not quite, and just ended up blowing his flash.
Mighty Bear clearing out some of the vision in the river as Hangyun and Ki pushing top lane. We got Baron spawning here in about a minute. I don't think either team can really rush that down. It seems like the Rift Herald looking to be picked up, and that's why Mighty Bear was clearing out all that vision.
Nice opportunistic capture of the Rift Herald right here by the Rox Tigers. It looks like they'll probably just put it on Mighty Bear. This will amplify his assassination ability. And it looks like Mickey somehow found a kill onto Tushin.
And he might not be done yet. Look at this. He is opening up so much, and this is what happens when Mickey goes off. He is finding kill after kill, 2 in a row. Now 3 and 1 on that Taliyah. Totally dodges the Curtain Call, although it is zoning him out just a bit. And Kramer might pay for it. Oh, that Cocoon was so close. These Rox Tigers, they're going off. The arrow will miss. That might have been Kramer's life had it hit. I really want to see the replay of that one and see exactly how Mickey was able to make that happen. Maybe Spirit trying to come to the defense of Tushin, who maybe overstepped his boundaries. Let's see.
We're actually going to get to see it. So Tushin and Spirit just stepping up way too far. Mickey lights him up instantly. Mickey ends up casting the Weaver's Wall, cut off Kramer, and then Spirit a little bit too tanky for Mickey right here. Missed all of his abilities.
A little bit too slippery.
Kramer cast the Curtain Call, but didn't come up with anything.
Yeah. Tushin definitely underestimating the amount of damage that Taliyah can do if she lands her combo. So just walking straight at her when you're down now 6 levels, Tushin compared to Mickey.
I don't get Marin's build. So, Brendan, I'm going to want you to take a quick peek at the itemization for Rox Tigers. And I'm going to want you to tell me, is there more armor or magic resist?
For the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, for the Rox Tigers.
Let me take a look here.
I need you to analyze that for me.
Looks like armor.
Okay, and I do believe that Wit's End steals and deals magic damage, Brendan. I do believe that is the case.
Yeah.
Okay, and
That's
Blade
what I
of the
heard.
Ruined King, I do believe deals physical damage. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to establish that.
We're all on the same page.
All
here.
right, good.
Except maybe Marin, who doesn't seem to be on that page.
It doesn't seem to be on that page. All right. Glad we got that out of the way.
Is this even the patch where
I'm sure he's gonna
where
love-
Bork has changed? It's 7.5, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, Ninja Tabby is still in the game, Brendan. Don't forget about that item.
Is that okay?
Blade of the Ruined King does not feel very good when it meets that item.
Yeah. Well. I suppose it still does steal health. So if he's looking to trade
important things.
1v1 versus Shy, I mean, it'll help out a bit there, I guess. Trying to, you know, figure out a reason. But it's going to be a 1v2. Okay, Martin just barely gets out of there.
And right now, it's just the Tiger Show as they have complete control over bottom lane. They're demanding attention down there. Marin looking to have something happen onto Shy.
Oh,
Flashes straight out of solo queue, that was.
Flash for flash. And Shy's flash was actually, you could tell he was not expecting that. He's like, wait, you actually flashed? Okay, I guess I got a flash too. Kuro waiting. No dice. Mighty Bear not gonna face check that one. Well, he seems to be aware as there is a ward down there. Oh man, oh boy. Things are just not going well for the Afreeca Freaks today.
Well, tilt might be a factor right now, and I think it's something that might have to be seriously considered. We're almost at 24 minutes. The Infernal Drake's gonna spawn next, and Tiger's in a fantastic position right now if they were to go for any sort of a Baron cheese. Afreeca only have one blue trinket available. And with the Weaver's Wall coming out of Mickey, I mean, that can also significantly delay the approach into River.
So many pings going down. It's like, all right, we get it. Mighty Bear and Key, they're in there. They're in your jungle. Mickey just being obnoxious on the Taliyah, and here we go. So much vision has been cleared out already. There's the wall. Oh man, it's gonna zone out everybody here. That's gonna buy them so much time. Mickey is really popping off in this Taliyah here. Taking that Baron clear. Simple and easy for now, at least. Marin trying to get on in here. Curtain Call misses everyone. And they successfully get 5-man Baron, and everybody gets out alive.
Really nice, clean capture of it. They're even going to be able to seemingly repel.
Ooh, they might go on in here. Look at the burst damage onto Kuro, forcing the cleanse out. And actually, Shy coming in with the teleport after buying, after that Baron, looking for something. Thankfully for Afreeca, they can disengage, but this push is going to be quite scary.
I don't think that Afreeca have a real answer to this. They don't even have Curtain Call. Oh, okay, that was a big hit. It looks like Rock's content to shift their focus up to top tier 2. They just want to get another outer turret here before they recall. Remember, they have double Ocean Drake. And these are actually surprisingly the parts where this dragon does matter. When you have the Baron and you're going for these sieges, they don't end up getting the turret. They're going to recall right now. They're all stockpiling quite a bit of gold.
Mickey's really on par here to go for a second MVP of the night. This guy getting solo kills, going 1v2. Opening up Barons for his team. Taliyah play has been quite good.
And right now, Dragon spawning in a minute. Rock's continuing to just use the Baron to fix up the lanes. They don't really want to go for a Doom push yet. You can see that Mighty Bear very close to completing Randuin's. Songyun also wants to pick up that Infinity Edge on Ashe. Might even actually just complete the pickaxe and Null Magic Mantle into a scimitar.
Korean casters really liked that play. That was like almost maniacal laughter.
That was like riding the wave.
And so they go for a play onto Mickey in mid lane. And meanwhile, bot tier 2 comes out. They still might be able to get something. Arrow sails wide. Mighty Bear is in a bit of trouble here. Will die. Songyun alone with Key. Does get the kill onto Spirit. Now turning onto Kuro, getting extremely low. Does survive though, but here comes Mickey. And Tushin is going to just disappear. They take out Marin. Or rather, not Marin. They do take out Kuro. Not bad. And that's going to be 2-1 now in favor of Rox as they push on in here. And not sure what Marin can do all alone. Maybe if Mickey tanks like 4 tower shots.
They're going to definitely be able to at least get an inhibitor here. And then probably back off after this. Infernal Drake is up. Marin doesn't have teleport. Baron Enhanced Recall going off, and now they will just run immediately down to the Infernal Drake. Taking a quick look at the replay, you can see that Kuro almost managed to lock up Mighty Bear completely. He stayed up in that rappel a little bit long. And then he comes in, and then Kuro whiffs his ultimate in terms of effectiveness. Ends up going down shortly thereafter. Mickey able to do a lot of damage in the backline. Shy eventually coming around, cleaning up that fight. And that was a very chaotic fight, definitely very spread out. And Afreeca definitely had the better edge in terms of how it started, but then came up with a loss in the end, and now the Tigers pick up an Infernal Drake. And the last dragon of the game, if it goes that far, will be yet another Infernal Drake.
Lots of Infernal Ocean tonight. I don't think we've seen a single Cloud Drake. Oh boy. Kuro's eating Shock Blast after Shock Blast. And they try to get onto Mickey again. He's like, okay, if you really want to, I guess I'll just 1v2 you. And, I mean, here we go. Marin's trying to go on in, and he is going to lose that 1v1. Mickey, the most fed person in the game right now. Marin trying to 1v1 him straight up in mid.
Yeah, not really sure what that decision-making was. He didn't even really have a jump up on him either.
Just kind of went for it.
Yep. Definitely. We could, honestly, speaking of some of the plays that he's made this game, I would almost bet money that he's tilted.
Well, definitely not the best feeling game. Kuro, he's trying to make something work here. Eats an arrow. Mighty Bear, looks like he gets baited in a little bit. Mickey all alone down here in the bottom side.
He's able to distract quite a while, but with Mighty Bear having gone down, that will put an end to the push up in top lane. Mickey now actually going to try to take away the red buff.
Kramer helping out a bit. Mickey sitting on so much farm right now. 6-1-1. Has 3 completed items and a needlessly large rod.
And we'll take another quick look at this. And even if the curtain call would have aided him that much, why does he turn around and then persist on? I mean, that entire thing just looks like tilt.
He was at like half health when the fight started. He's like, no, I got this. And to be fair, I mean, Mickey got low, right? But at the same time, it doesn't seem like the best decision. It's almost like you're relying on Mickey to make a mistake, mess up some of his abilities.
Death Cap now actually completed for Mickey. Afreeca, it's very difficult to imagine a scenario in which they can come back because Baron's going to be on the map in 5 seconds. You can see the position that Mickey's in. He's going to be able to do the same exact Weaver's Wall, and that will enable the Tigers to just burst the Baron down yet again. And then
there it is.
How do you win?
He takes the wall on over, and you're not getting in there. You're just not getting in. Mickey says no. closes the door. Marin forced to go bot to stop these super minions from pushing in. And Rox really putting on a show tonight, whereas Afreeca have done the exact opposite. When Mickey goes right.
I mean, every time that the Baron's been on the field and Rox are in a position, Mickey just keeps really just trumping Afreeca with the outplays.
He's building the wall, man. He's not letting them in. No blue side members allowed towards the Baron pit.
And now this assault that is happening across the 2 lanes, Afreeca's comp doesn't have an answer to it. There's absolutely zero resistance that they can offer because their entire team composition is just a giant glass cannon.
Well, they lock down some damage onto Mickey, but the arrow comes through, stops Kramer. Marin trying to go in again. A lot of his teammates are pretty low. Meanwhile, in top lane, they lose an inhibitor, and mid inhibitor is getting quite low. This might signal the near end of the game here as Rox Tigers pushing in as 4. There's the teleport from Shy, who went back. They may just look to end this one. The wall coming through. He's looking for Marin. Can he find him? A fight up in top, too. Here comes Shy, forcing the flash over the wall for Marin, who has to escape. They will take out the bottom inhibitor again. And a teleport behind from Marin. Spirit's not going to be in this fight. Marin, he's trying to lock down Key here. Maybe they can take out the support. Looks like they can. Mighty Bear getting pretty low, but look at Songin, who's really just all alone doing all that damage. Mickey is just owning the Rift right now. Arrow comes up. Kramer forced to dodge towards the north side, netting the kill. Another one for Mickey as Rox Tigers, in a very extended team fight, look to push this one in.
And it looks like with that Nexus turret falling, Spirit puts an end to Mickey's career right there in this game. But nonetheless, Rox Tigers finish out the game, and in my opinion, Mickey had a double MVP performance tonight.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic play on the Taliyah. And just a really well series tonight for the Rox Tigers. And Afreeca coming out with some very bizarre drafts, and I have to say I absolutely despise glass cannon comps, Brendan. And this game is basically a shining example of why, is if you fall behind, if you get to a point where the game is either even, you're behind.
Well, we said it when we saw the draft, they were all in. And once they lost the early game, they were just snowballed out of control. And Mickey, if this guy could just be a little bit more consistent, he would really shine in the mid lane and potentially carry his team in many other games and in other games where they've lost. The Afreeca coach looks extremely frustrated right now, and I would be too. I mean, Afreeca did not have a game. This is the same team that beat SKT. It's not the same team that came out tonight.
Definitely a very high variance team in LCK Spring. Here's the final fight. Spirit gets absolutely gutted and removed from it immediately. Marin comes in, but the problem is that when he's in the Lightning Rush and the Slicing Maelstrom, it's actually counterintuitive to the way that he's building. And so when he's having to turn his attention into a supportive utility engage for his team, really defeats the purpose of the on-hit. And I mean, this is basically the team fight that's going to happen when a glass cannon comp is behind as it is. And right here at the very end, Spirit had enough. He's like, where I'm from, they don't build walls. Having just come back from Europe and the Nexus falls. And this was a very important series for the Rox Tigers to pick up. So we'll be going over to the analyst desk and the MVP winners interview.
Yeah, I would expect Mickey to get the double MVP. There wasn't really anyone else that shined big time on the Rox Tigers lineup. It's kind of just the Mickey show again.
Well, we'll see who does end up getting it in the end. And while looking at the players, there's only one missing. So
you guys can figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out here.
Linderong trying to get in there and be like, no, I'm Mickey.
Yeah.
So, guys, we're going to take a 1-minute break. We'll be back with the MVP interview. Hey guys, we're back here on the analyst desk, and we will be hearing from the MVP, or MVPs. I think it's going to be the MVP, though, from the ROX Tigers with a surprising 2-0 victory over Afrika.
And jumping straight into the match summary screen, I honestly don't know what to say. I was so impressed with ROX as a team in general. There's so many things I could compliment, I feel, but just taking it from the top, Mickey obviously having an incredible game on that Talia, and the Barons that ROX took, not only in this set, but this entire series, it was so clean. Shy bringing out the Jace as well. Shy's Jace is somewhat of a meme domestically because of his All-Star 2013 performance where he blasted PDD's Zac. And it's always been, you know, that champion for him, so really fun to see him back on it. And Mighty Bear as well. The thought that I had watching Mighty Bear was sometimes you have these rookie junglers and, you know, it's their first time in the LCK, maybe they're a little bit starstruck. This guy doesn't care.
Yeah, and no surprise here, Mickey with the MVP, getting 2 tonight, going up to 800 MVP points. Had ROX Tigers won more as a team, this guy could be really competing for the highest MVP points.
Definitely.
He's only 200 behind Crown.
Speaking of not afraid, Mickey definitely up there as well. He just doesn't care and he just wants to do damage. And as always, that means Mickey won both MVPs. So we also might have a guest interviewee in the form of ROX Tigers coaching staff. That's how we do it down here.
That's how we do. Gangnam.
Yeah.
Well, let's see who it is going to be joining him.
So Mickey and Coach Kang, or Head Coach Kang, I should say, of course, as we all know, the former CJ Entus coach, the former Afrika Freaks coach.
Mickey looks surprised.
And Mickey saying, you know, he was really proud of the result, but he felt like he was a little bit slow in some areas, so they're going to have to reinforce that, adjust that. Meanwhile, Head Coach Kang saying, you know, maybe Mickey's talking about some personal aspects or some aspects that he saw as, you know, slower than usual, but as the head coach, he's actually very happy with how the whole series turned out today. And head coach Kang says they were, practicing a lot of macro moves heading into today's match, but more importantly, psychologically, he felt like his players were under a lot of pressure recently, and he said, you know what, get rid of those nerves, calm down, take it easy, and most importantly, he feels like the Taliyah pick worked out immensely. And Mickey complimenting Shy's performance as well, saying that, usually we all kind of pitch in and contribute to the teleport calls we make, but today Shy was really on top of things. He said he had his opposition's number and was really great at making those teleport calls. Now, talking about the Taliyah pick, Mickey was saying, yeah, I did practice some Taliyah, but then he kind of left it open, kind of implying that he didn't get that much practice onto it. And head coach Kong saying, it definitely was a pick that we practiced a little, but there was an experimental, aspect to it, bringing it into the picks and bans and actually suggesting that let's try playing Taliyah. So it looks like we're going to take a look at one of the highlights.
Perhaps from game 1 here.
And in the first set, this was when the Afreeca Freaks Dragon attempt led to a very easy Rocks Tigers Baron secure. And Mickey kind of echoing those words, saying, we recognize that we had a good position to actually attempt the Baron, and once, Ezreal was still left hitting that Mountain Drake, that was our reason, or that was our, evidence as to why we decided that we are going to go for that Baron. And head coach Kong talking about the second Baron attempt of that game, I believe, saying, that one scared me a little. I would have much preferred to watch my players push in the opponent with pressure and then secure a much more easier Baron, especially when the Zyril went right onto it. Of course, it ended rather nicely for Rocks, but head coach Kong ending with, just because it's a good attempt doesn't mean you get the best result all the time. And speaking on individual performances, Mickey saying that, after last game we shared a lot of feedback, and our support and jungle had a really great conversation that they should secure more vision and relieve me from a lot of gank pressure, which allowed me to really take over the game. And head coach Kong saying, that's right, he definitely played really well, but at the same time, Shy, I want to point, and compliment Shy, who performed really well in the top lane. So taking a look at the first blood, or maybe not the first blood, but some of the kills onto Marin in set 2. So head coach Kong saying that he was really relieved because the first blood in that game actually happened for Marin, right? Marin did get a kill on, or a gank onto Shy. So head coach Kong saying that he was very relieved to see Shy take over the game instead following the events. And Mickey explaining the reasoning here as well. He says, I could really see the opponents were really kind of hesitant. They were kind of looking, but not doing anything. So we figured, you know what, let's just take the Baron. So the Rocks Tigers looking really good in today's match. Any comments moving forward, finishing up the season? Mickey says, I'm going to approach it with the same stability which we showed in today's matches. Regardless of what opponent it is, we're going to show that we're not going to let anyone push us around. And head coach Kong says, as long as our players continue to develop in this fashion and at this pace, I feel like there's still a lot of hope, there's still a lot of optimism to be expected even towards the very end of spring. So looking forward, he says he has a lot to expect. And that's it for the MVP interview.
Yeah, so today we had 2 2-0s. Samsung Galaxy over Kongdu. Not too surprising there, but Rocks Tigers taking a 2-0 over Afrika and making it look not all that hard. You know, Afrika not the best series. Rocks really playing well. And we're going to take a look at the standings now. Afrika Freaks down to 7-7. Rocks Tigers 6-8. So
somewhat deflating, I feel, after watching that match, and still the Rocks Tigers are under the Afrika Freaks.
Well, Samsung, able to take that 2-0 earlier, does get another win. They're right behind KT Rolster. The only reason they're not ahead or tied is because of the indicator points, just 4 behind. But both teams are 10-4. MVP right on their tails at 9-5.
And Longzhou Gaming Afrika Freaks rounding out that 4 spots of the blue teams. We're going to have to see if those get separated in the coming weeks.
So on Tuesday, we will have Samsung versus Jinner and BBQ versus the Rocks Tigers. You guys can get your tickets if you're in Korea at that link down there. Also the next one on next Sunday. LCK nearing a close, just about 1 month left. But that's going to do it for us here on this cast, guys. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday for more LCK here at Spo TV.
Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? you love is the sunlight. Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room.